J'ai le son, Jojo. This may I call the meeting to order. This is the sixth session, and today we will be having panelists, and at some point after our opening statement, we will be calling these panelists one by one to make their presentations or interventions. At this point, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, excellencies, friends, and dear colleagues, it is my singular honor and pleasure to be co-chair of this session on social and human development and good governance at all levels, together with His Excellency Mr. Nazar Abdar Nasser Bashabi, Vice Minister of Planning and International Cooperation of Yemen. I would like to welcome all of those present here today, as well as those connecting remotely, including our two panelists. Social and human development is the ultimate goal of the Program of Action for the Least Developed Countries. Our task is to provide opportunities and a path to prosperity and sustained progress across all dimensions of human development to the billion people living in the LDCs. The process of the next Program of Action for the Least Developed Countries will be measured to a large extent by its success or failure to offer future of prosperity and hope to those living in the least developed countries. The goal of a new partnership to support leaving no one behind in the LDCs is closely intertwined with the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development goals and the achievement of the SDGs, and for the least developed countries whose structural features makes them particularly vulnerable. A key question lies in how we can collectively empower people and institutions to promote sustainable development, peaceful societies, and effectively fighting against poverty in all dimensions in the least developed countries. Our discussion today takes place against the backdrop of a devastating global pandemic, a health emergency of the magnitude faced by the world today is unprecedented in living memory, and in the LDCs, the pandemic has exacerbated pre-existing challenges. The unacceptably high maternal and infant mortality, substantially higher than for other groups of countries, the prevalence of nutritional deficits, the limited access to essential medical supplies and vaccines, and the limited institutional capacities and weak health systems are at the root of preventable deaths in the least developed countries. The human toll of the pandemic has been amplified by the economic impact resulting from the measures to contain the spread of COVID-19, which include reduced trade and its knock-on effects through the productive sector of our countries. Increased poverty and inequality will lead to negative outcomes across the range of socioeconomic indicators. And this emphasizes the need for a health and economic response that addresses our socioeconomic challenges in an integrated manner. And equally important, LDCs should have the adequate policy space to put in place measures that protect their population, address the needs of the most vulnerable, and set the basis for sustainable development. The Program of Action for the next decade should serve to foster a more integrated approach that supports progress across all dimensions of sustainable development. The current crisis has brought to the fore the crucial role of health and education, both as the backbone of resilience and the foundation for a better future. Health and education, beyond fundamental rights, are key instruments to moving forward sustainable development in the LDCs. Reducing the gap between men and women, economic opportunities, political participation, and empowering women and girls are important ends in themselves. But gender equality can also lead to significant societal gains. For LDCs, achieving the SDGs and other internationally agreed development goals passes through the empowerment of women and girls in all spheres of social, economic development and political life. Current demographic projections indicate that by 2030, 1 in 5 of the youth in the world will be born in LDCs. Providing access to skills, training, and quality education are essential to help fulfilling fundamental human needs that expand the individual's agency, capabilities, and ability to participate as a full member of society. Access to education opportunities constitutes an essential aspect for structural transformation in the LDCs rather, which has become even more relevant with the rise of the digital economy. Although efforts on promoting more training opportunities and better education are essential, one key challenge lies in increasing job opportunities for young people in LDCs through labor-intensive manufacturing or services, and also by supporting access to technology and innovation, infrastructure development, and by enacting legislation protecting the rights of young workers, increasing the absorptive capacities of economies of LDCs to integrate the cohorts of young people in the economies closely related to productive capacity development and inclusive economic growth. Fostering entrepreneurship, particularly in the services sector, is taking advantage of the opportunities offered by the digital economy, and measures to support entrepreneurship are key dimensions that will require scaled up support and resources. Fostering human development and social well-being calls for strong and effective institutions at the national and local levels. Institutions have a critical role in forging fair economic participation and greater employment generation activities for the citizens they serve. They can play an important role in fostering an integrated approach in economic and labor market policies that support the creation of decent jobs and opportunities, which is critical for vulnerable populations such as young people, and modern public administration can help extending access to social protection, particularly for marginalized communities. I would like to hand the floor over now to my co-chair, Honorable Vice Minister, Mr. Nasser Abdul Nasser Baslabi, Vice President of Planning and International Cooperation of Yemen. I thank you.
I speak for Arabic. أصحاب السعادة، السيادات والسادة، يشرفني أن أشارك في رئاسة هذه الدورة الهامة، وأن أراكم جميعا اليوم. كما أود أن أعرب عن تقديري الحار لأولئك الذين سوف ينضمون إلينا عبر الإنترنت. يتأثر العديد من البلدان أقل نموا بالنزاع، ويجدون أنفسهم في حالة صعبة ما بعد الصراع. أن ربط تعزيز المجتمعات السلمية ومعالجة حالات ما بعد الصراع بالجهود المبذولة لدعم التنمية المستدامة على المدى المتوسط والطويل هو هدف استراتيجي رئيسي. لجميع البلدان الأقل نمواً التي تعاني من النزاعات والصراعات العنيفة. ساهم الصراع العنيف في زيادة هائلة في انعدام الأمن الغذائي، لا سيما بين الأطفال والفئات الضعيفة الأخرى. بالإضافة إلى ذلك يضيف نزوح السكان إلى عبء أنظمة الدعم المتأثرة بالفعل. عانت البلدان التي تعاني من النزاعات من آثار سلبية خطيرة على اقتصادها ومؤسساتها، كما أنهم يعانون من انخفاض كبير في حيز سياساتهم نتيجة العواقب الاقتصاد الكلي الناجمة عن عدم الاستقرار. إن الحفاظ على المؤسسات الرئيسية لتقديم الخدمات الاجتماعية في الوقت الذي تشتد الحاجة إليها يصبح مهمة صعبة للغاية. العديد من البلدان الأقل نمواً يشكل الانخفاض في تقديم الخدمات العامة في مجالات الصحة والتعليم في خضم أسوأ حالات طوارئ عامة في جيل واحد، عبء إضافياً على البلدان التي أهلكت قدراتها بالفعل. بالإضافة إلى تحديات القطاع العام، يواجه القطاع الخاص كذلك كثير من الصعوبات في الحفاظ على العمليات، وكذلك محدودية الوصول لتوفير تسهيلات الائتمان للواردات. وبالتالي فإن الاقتصاد يعاني من آثار مهمة على التنمية البشرية، آثار سلبية هامة على التنمية البشرية، كما هو الحال في البلدان الأقل نمواً التي تعاني من اختلالات امدادات الأغذية والأدوية. يؤكد تأثير الصراع في اقتصاد البلدان والبنية التحتية الأقل نمواً والزراعية على الدور الحيوي الذي يلعبه دعم النظام متعدد الأطراف والمؤسسات المالية الدولية. يحتاج تأثير النزاع على الأطفال والنساء والفئات الضعيفة إلى دعم سريع لمواجهة التحديات الفورية، ولكنه يتطلب أيضاً استراتيجيات لتعزيز التنمية المستدامة طويلاً للآجل. ويجب أن يرتبط ربط الاحتياجات الفورية الناجمة عن حالة الطوارئ الإنسانية بالجهود المتوسطة والطويلة الأجل لبناء مجتمعات أكثر مساواة ومرونة قادرة على تقديم الدعم للجميع، بما في ذلك المجتمعات الضعيفة والأطفال والشباب والنساء والفتيات. تعتبر ترجمة الالتزامات الأولوية الخاصة ببرنامج العمل التالي إلى عمل تحويلي على أرض الواقع أولوية للحكومات وشركاء التنمية والمنظمات متعددة الأطراف والمؤسسات المالية الدولية والجهات الفاعلة الرئيسية الأخرى. يجب أن تساعد جهودنا في بناء استجابة متكاملة تعزيز السلام، وفي نفس الوقت تدمج التنمية بطريقة استراتيجية. نحن بحاجة إلى تدخلات تضمن الوصول العادل إلى المساعدات للجميع، بما في ذلك النساء والفتيات والفتيان والسكان الضعفاء، وتصميم التدخلات الإنسانية التي تدعم القدرة على الصمود والتعافي المستدام. ويجب أن نساعد البلدان أقل نمواً في حالات النزاع وما بعد الصراع لبناء والحفاظ على قدرة تقديم الخدمات المحلية لدعم المجتمعات المتضررة من النزاعات، وتعزيز جهود إعادة الإعمار التي تركز بشكل خاص على تنمية الدول والمؤسسات. أن طريق بناء السلام المستدام يجب أن يمر بشكل حتمي عبر استعادات مؤسسات الدولة القادرة على تقييم الخدمات بشكل منصف وحيادي للجميع. يتيح لنا المؤتمر الأمم المتحدة الخامس المعني بأقل البلدان نمواً فرصة تحدد الدعم لصالح جميع أقل البلدان نمواً، بما في ذلك تلك المتضررة من النزاعات والتي تمر بحالة ما بعد الصراع. يجب أن يعمل تنفيذ برنامج العمل في العقد القادم على معالجة العوامل الهيكلية الأساسية التي تقل من قدرتنا إلى التعامل مع الصدمات الخارجية وتبنى قدرات على الصمود ودعم مجتمعات أكثر مساواة. الأخوة والسادة سعادة والزملاء المتواجدون وعبر الإنترنت، من السهل أن نقدم خطابات طويلة، من السهل أن نرسم سياسات، لكن على الدول الأقل نمواً أن تكون جادة في مساعدة أنفسها من أجل أن يستطيع الآخرون أن يساعدوهم. Thank you very much. Now الآن سوف نستمع بأعضاء اللجنة المتميزون، وسنبدأ أولاً إلى رسالة من مدير برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي السيد أكيم ستاينر. Please.
Representative for the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states, my dear friend and colleague, Courtney Rattray. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, least developed countries are experiencing their worst economic crisis in 30 years. LDCs in Asia and the Pacific are amongst the hardest hit. Their growth rate is estimated to have declined to just 3% in the year 2020. In the region, there were 640 million people who were multidimensionally poor before the pandemic struck. This figure is likely to have now doubled. And gains in critical areas like gender equality are starting to reverse. Yet, SDG push investments in 4 key areas: social protection, governance, digitalization, and the green economy hold the potential to drastically reduce poverty and inequalities while boosting human development in least developing countries. First, we need to drive forward new efforts to extend social protection. Analysis by the United Nations Development Programme shows that richer countries spent as much as 212 times per capita more on social protection during the pandemic than their poorer neighbors. The challenge now is to expand the fiscal space to allow all countries to implement and sustain social protection measures. A comprehensive debt standstill for developing countries could allow them to implement a temporary basic income, for instance, a vital tool to tackle poverty, particularly in the midst of a pandemic. In a wider sense, there is a need to strengthen national and global financing mechanisms to provide LDCs with new risk-informed and resilient financing instruments. This will be fundamental to drive finance towards the global goals. We must also build on the momentum around digital finance with its ability to rapidly expand social protection. UNDP assists governments across the world to leverage the power of digital finance to support life-saving electronic cash transfer programs, for example. This support has directly benefited 1.8 million people. Second, the pandemic has demonstrated the acute need to nurture digital governance systems that are powered by the very latest data. For instance, digital monitoring can help policymakers to better understand how ecosystems, such as forests or coral reefs, are changing in real time. This will enable them to implement more effective measures to protect and restore the environment and resource base. In a similar way, UNDP, the World Health Organization, and the University of Oxford have launched the Global Dashboard for Vaccine Equity. It is empowering governments and policymakers with the very best data and analytics to accelerate universal access to vaccines, the fastest way to end this pandemic. UNDP is also developing a renewed governance offer that will include assisting state institutions in LDCs to better anticipate crises through brand new data collection analysis tools. Third, we must sustain the unprecedented wave of digital innovation created in the wake of COVID-19. UNDP's Accelerator Labs network represents the epicenter of this new momentum in our organization, including its presence in many LDCs. Now serving 115 countries, the lab surfaced and scaled up 1,700 grassroots solutions in the year 2020 alone, many of them in the digital sphere. The United Nations is also supporting people to upgrade their digital skills as the fourth industrial revolution gathers speed. In Nepal, for instance, UNDP and our UN partners are helping informal workers, migrants, and women's cooperatives to acquire new digital expertise and skills. Or let's look to Cambodia, where UNDP is currently supporting the development of a new e-commerce ecosystem while helping thousands of small, medium-scale enterprises to do business online for the first time. And finally, current patterns of growth and development in many LDCs, often anchored in commodities production and export, have largely failed to create opportunities for young people. Yet we know that a just transition towards a greener and inclusive economy that is centered on decisive climate action will create new green jobs that will pay better. As we work towards the high-level dialogue on energy and the Conference of the Parties in Glasgow on climate change, the United Nations is on hand to offer its support that LDCs need at this pivotal moment. For instance, UNDP's Climate Promise is currently supporting 119 countries to enhance their nationally determined contributions, their national climate strategies. In doing so, it is helping LDCs to embrace clean, renewable energy technologies, boosting economies, and creating new jobs and livelihood opportunities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the entire United Nations system is proud to support LDCs throughout Asia and the Pacific to shape that more inclusive, greener, and more sustainable future. Working together, making bold choices, and implementing the right SDG push investments, we can ensure that this is truly a decade of both positive transformation for both people and planet, and one in which we build forward better from this extremely challenging moment of a pandemic. Thank you.
Important message. Now is the speaker for ladies Zenita Singh. Please.
Excellencies, colleagues, and friends from civil society. It is difficult to speak about social and human development or good governance in 2021 without addressing the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. We all know that. For LDCs, the economic effects threaten to wipe out decadal gains in poverty reduction, schooling, and human development more generally. UNCTAD's December 2020 report warned that LDCs were likely to suffer their worst economic performance in 30 years. Key sectors, and you all know this, tourism, remittances, and manufacturing have been, especially garments, have been hit very hard. The most vulnerable are also the most likely to be left behind or pushed behind by the pandemic. Women, for instance, face a range of impacts. As frontline health workers who are most at risk of infection and with the poorest pay and working conditions, as informal workers whose jobs and incomes have collapsed, as care providers whose work burdens from children staying at home from school or patients dependent on home-based healthcare have increased. Through a hidden pandemic of increased violence resulting from being locked down with their abusers. As girls who are no longer in school and are married off early by their parents. And through significant reductions in health services such as antenatal care, delivery care, contraception access, immunization programs, and more. Although early in the pandemic, LDCs appeared to be performing better than many others in terms of infection rates per million and case fatality rates, we need to recognize that the health impacts of this pandemic are far from over. Meanwhile, vaccination rates have lagged significantly, as we know. By June of 2021, according to the United Nations COVID-19 and LDCs dashboard, only 1.2% of global COVID-19 vaccine doses have been administered in the LDCs, despite 14% of the world's population living there. In total, just 3.1% of the population in LDCs, 33 million people, have received at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine. A handful of countries have only just begun receiving vaccines. For every 1,000 people living in LDCs, just 31, think about that, 31 have received a vaccine dose. And less than 2% of the world's COVID-19 vaccines have been administered in Africa, which has the slowest vaccination rate of any continent. Previous epidemics, notably the Ebola outbreak in West Africa in 2014, showed the world that health system resilience and strength built up through sustained and judicious investments in primary prevention and care, services, staff, and governance are the strongest bulwark against disease outbreaks. This is a sad lesson for most LDCs and indeed for many rich countries as well, because it is a critical governance and human development lesson that the world has yet to learn. But the most important immediate issue is access to vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics. And the single biggest barrier to health globally and in LDCs where very few have been vaccinated or are likely to be in the rest of 2021, possibly 2022, is the WTO TRIPS agreement. The TRIPS waiver, therefore, proposed by South Africa and India is essential if health is to be secured in LDCs and economies are to see the light at the end of the COVID tunnel. This waiver is not a sufficient condition for vaccines access, but given the failures and weaknesses in the alternatives, including COVAX, it has become a necessary condition for increasing global production and availability at reasonable cost. This is why so much of civil society, including feminist groups such as the one to which I belong from around the world, support this waiver. Health and economics are deeply intertwined, all the more so if a country is dependent on tourism and/or remittances, as many LDCs are. The TRIPS waiver is a sine qua non for leaving no LDC behind. I thank you.
For this interesting statement, now I would like visit Professor Dr. Danny Elson, Emeritus Professor in the University of Essex. Please.
Daniel Machin, qu'est-ce qu'il a dit?
Good morning, Excellencies, UN colleagues and friends from civil society. I think we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic has set back LDC achievements in social and human development and has put their further progress in jeopardy. My fellow panelist has just focused on the health challenges, and I'm going to focus on the challenges that arise from the closure of schools and places of work that have been necessary to contain the epidemic. Even though countries across the world have experienced school closures, a study by UNESCO, UNICEF, and the World Bank found that the average days of instruction missed in low-income and lower-middle-income countries is 2 to 3 times more than in high-income countries. The UN Committee for Development Policy, of which I'm a member, has studied the impact of COVID-19 on the least developed countries, as has the OHRLLS flagship report on the state of LDCs. And they've both identified serious losses in learning and the danger that these losses will accumulate as many children fall behind during school closures and never catch up. Loss of household income due to closure of places of work are likely to mean that many poor children, especially girls, may never return to school even after they reopen. School closures, though necessary, have put at risk progress made towards gender equality, making girls and young women more vulnerable to child marriage and early pregnancy. In many countries, immediate policy responses have included support for a range of remote learning modalities, including online, TV and radio, and paper-based take-home materials. But poor children, especially in rural areas, have limited access to remote learning, not least because of lack of electricity. Moreover, while it's important to increase digital connectivity, it is vital to recognize that homeschooling increases the unpaid care work that has to be done by parents, most especially by mothers. And evidence is emerging of the adverse impacts on ability of mothers to earn a livelihood while being responsible at the same time for homeschooling, which further jeopardizes progress towards gender equality. Increasing digital connectivity is not a panacea, and it's not a substitute for more investment in a high-quality school system. But the Education Finance Watch report from the World Bank and UNESCO found that 2/3 of low-income and lower-middle-income countries covered by the survey have had to cut their education spending this year, compared to only 1/3 of upper-middle and high-income countries. As in so many other spheres, the pandemic is having a very unequal impact in the sphere of education. It is heartening that several heads of state of least developed countries have recently signed a call to action on education finance, committing to increase domestic spending on education, with a goal that the share of their annual total public expenditure allocated to education will progressively increase toward a goal of 20% over the next 5 years. But without international measures to increase the fiscal space for LDCs, this may turn out to be an increasing share of a shrinking pot. An increased share for education does not guarantee an increase in the level of real per capita spending per child and young person. Support for governments to increase tax revenue, as well as enhanced measures of debt relief and reallocation of SDRs, will be critical, as will recognition that requiring austerity measures in return for support will make it impossible to build back better. In particular, requirements to freeze or cut public sector wage bills will hamper investment in high-quality education, since the largest group that will be affected is teachers. Of course, spending more money, while necessary, is not sufficient. Systems of governance matter. To produce high-quality education services, budgets must be transparent, and there must be effective systems of scrutiny by and accountability to parents and students, with equitable representation of girls and women and other marginalized groups. In addition, the work of civil society budget scrutiny groups that focus on poverty and inequality should be welcomed and supported, as they track what use is actually made of budget allocations and challenge failures in delivery. The best way to ensure value for money of public expenditure is a well-informed and active civil society. But without urgent action, we risk creating a lost generation of young people, especially young women, who will be unable to contribute effectively to development and be unable to benefit effectively from development. And we must ensure that this does not happen. But without more effective international action to secure more vaccine and other treatments for the least developed countries, efforts to remedy education losses may be in vain. Thank you.
Sure. Now I would like visit Mr. Muhammad Nasri, please.
Dawlat Rais, thank you, co-chair. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. We come together at a time the world faces unprecedented challenges, as has been mentioned by both Geeta and Diane. The COVID-19 pandemic has a profound impact on social and human development. The spillover impact of the health crisis has revealed the underlying inequalities of the very gendered structure of our economy. While there is no denying that the pandemic itself does not discriminate, its impact felt very differently between men and women of different groups. As millions of children have been out of school and working families struggle to make ends meet, the pandemic reveals the care crisis facing countries all over the world. It has brought to the fore the issues of widespread economic insecurity, weak health systems, and gender-based violence that are embedded in gender and structural inequalities. In the least developed countries, women were most severely affected due to their overrepresentation in the labor-intensive, low-skilled activities that were most affected by the lockdowns. To move forward, we do have to acknowledge that the existing path to future policy direction and investment requires a course correction to address inequality within and among nations. We cannot continue to turn a blind eye to the pressure on health and aged care services and disruption to education systems that had made it clear that care work, paid or unpaid, is essential work. Yet it remains undervalued and often invisible and often shouldered disproportionately by women and girls. In the absence of basic infrastructure and public services, from water and sanitation to transport and health facilities, this work is intensified, especially in the least developed countries. As the health crisis transforms into an economic crisis, mass unemployment and human insecurity that spans different dimensions, affecting disproportionately those already marginalized. Ensuring a standard of living through the creation of decent work and comprehensive social protection and healthcare has never been a more urgent priority. It also needs to take into account the different needs of men and women. For a start, social protection must incorporate essential services for victims and survivors of violence to create a level playing field for everyone. We urge policy decision makers to recognize that safety and security are a precondition for equitable access to socio-economic opportunities that make it possible for a genuine process in social and human development. The challenge now is that we need to tackle these multiple challenges together as they are interconnected. While we focus on getting people back to work, creating jobs, and we need to invest in social protection and recognize the importance of care in the economy, we also need to create a pathway for a just transition towards an environmentally sustainable economic model that works for people and the planet, as Achim Steiner has said. In the least developed countries, addressing the resource gaps are multiplied, especially in the most marginalized communities, with the lack of basic social infrastructure to stay engaged in production, education, and healthcare. Given the wide-ranging impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on humanity, it is not surprising that policy decision-making to address these overwhelming challenges must be anchored in strong democratic governance with broad-based political participation and fundamental respect for human rights. In reality, however, the pandemic also triggered a governance crisis in many countries around the world, and the Asia-Pacific region is not the exception. Citizens call into question the choice of policy response and measures in terms of accountability, transparency, equity, and inclusiveness. Across the world, citizens are demanding respect for the dignity of all people, no matter the gender, age, or race, or religion, or disability, or sexual orientation, and those who deny others dignity are subject to public reproach. An explosion of social media has given ordinary people more ways to express themselves and has raised people's expectations for those in power. Nevertheless, we have also observed worrying trends that put the limit to the freedom of expression since the COVID-19 outbreak in the Asia-Pacific region. As the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, called out, many countries in the region already have laws governing alleged fake news and online media that have been used in other contexts to deter legitimate speech, especially public debate, criticism of government policy, and suppress human rights. Against this backdrop, we also see rising polarization, division, and inequality. These challenges are intensified in the least developing countries currently affected by conflict and governance crisis, such as Afghanistan and Myanmar. Millions of people are now in urgent need for humanitarian assistance. As we speak, the lives of even more women and girls are at serious risk with the deteriorating political, social, and economic situations. The pandemic forces us to seriously look deeply into sustainable development, the principle of leaving no one behind, as well as the governance institutions that decide on the policy priorities. It is so clear that we need a fundamentally different approach to build a more equitable and inclusive growth and development, something that gender equality advocates have been calling for decades. Most importantly, it re-emphasizes that we cannot overcome this greatest challenge without a better model of international cooperation while building a more inclusive governance. We have learned that the progress in social and human development is closely connected with the principles of accountable governance, democracy, human rights, and gender equality. As imperfect they may be, these principles remain the strongest foundation for human progress. A more diverse leadership and the critical need for women's leadership was also emphasized in the development of the Doha Programme of Action, with clear commitments and specific policies to ensure gender-responsive sustainable development in LDCs. Convening and building strategic partnerships for the engagement of men and boys is equally key to success. I truly believe everyone will win when we come together and build a more just, equitable, inclusive society that values equal opportunities for women and men, girls and boys. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You, Mr. Nasri. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening. Now my time is finished. Excellency, please, your time.
Thank you, Co-Chair. We now go into an interactive discussion, and let me say that we would like to make this session more and more interactive, and we look forward to questions and remarks from all participants. If you would like to ask a question or make a comment on the topic of discussion, please raise your hand. And if you are if you are participating here in Geneva, or please ask the question in the chat if you are participating online. I will be guided accordingly, especially for those that will be asking questions or wanting to make comments online by our technical team. And at this point in time, the Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let me open the floor for an interactive session. Anyone wanting to take the floor? I have Mr. Chaudhry from NGO Arrow wanting to take the floor online. Floor is granted.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Naminas Chaudhry, and I'm making this intervention on behalf of the Asian Pacific Resource and Research Center for Women. And this statement is focused on young people in all their diversities, because young people in all their diversities are critical to meeting the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda to end poverty, protect the planet, and create prosperity for all. For LDCs in Asia and the Pacific, a strategic focus on improving the quality of young lives through investment in improvement to health, education, food, nutrition, shelter, and sanitation, among others, is of paramount importance during the pandemic and during the post-COVID-19 scenario. For the betterment of youth in the region, quality healthcare provision must be provided under inclusive public health programs and access to comprehensive sexuality education, and through the ending of harmful traditional and cultural practices such as early forced and child marriages. This should also include increased outreach at the community level through investment in quality, affordable, and accessible sexual and reproductive health and rights related awareness, information, and service delivery. A combination of such youth-centric measures will contribute towards the well-being of young people in all their diversities, including women and girls and those with disabilities. This is especially important given the existing data that suggests that more than half of the world's young people reside in the Asia-Pacific region. For most LDCs in this region, the demographic dividend window will be available until at least 2055, and to harness the full potential of this youth bulge, LDCs must create equal and accessible education and employment opportunities for young people, including women and those with disabilities, to propel economic and social development in the region that leaves no one behind. While LDCs continue to make advancements in technology and the economy, attention must be given to holistic and inclusive approaches and sustainability, keeping young people in the middle of decision-making so that all approaches are determined by understanding the demands of young people, their distribution in rural and urban settlements, and the impact on their lives and their livelihood caused by environmental factors and climate change, among others. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. I see OHSRL. UNHCR rather. Yeah.
Human rights, so HCHR. And the office welcomes very much the theme of the current session. We acknowledge the statements from all the participants. In particular, we thank the representative of UN Women to the Middle East for having emphasized the quotes by the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, on the importance of regulating to ensure the right to freedom of expression. Mr. Chair, Your Excellencies, human rights mechanisms, including treaty bodies, special procedures of the Human Rights Council and the Universal Periodic Review, can provide valuable guidance for an ambitious program of action for least developed countries that substantially contributes to the social and human development and good governance at all levels. Poverty and inequality had undermined the human rights and hindered their sustainable development, especially in these developed countries. Structural and systemic discrimination against the poor and marginalized has perpetuated poverty and inequality, which has resulted in inadequate access to food, education, health, services, and digital technologies. This had extreme impact on children, youth, and women. The Human Rights Council Social Forum focused its 2020 session. This is one of the mechanisms of the Human Rights Council. And in 2020, it focused its session on good practices, success stories, lessons learned, and current challenges in combating poverty and inequality. After 2 days of interactive debates between civil society, academics, member states, intergovernmental organizations, the forum made recommendations that can contribute to the subject of the current session and inspire a new program of action. The Social Forum recommended that states should promote a just transition to green and decent jobs and accessible education. This should be complemented by providing social protection measures and pay particular attention for those working in the informal sector. Efforts to eradicate poverty should tackle the inequality that are present within and among countries, and such efforts should target the root causes behind poverty and inequality. The COVID-19 response should target the asymmetries of power and should be a step forward to break the orthodox of policy making. Such policies should be designed to eradicate the discrimination and structural inequality. To achieve a real transformation, this program must tackle the unequal distribution of powers, resources, and opportunities that extend gender inequality, poverty, and environmental degradation. Responses to COVID-19 must be focused on the well-being of the overall population, taking into account the specific socioeconomic context affecting large sections marginalized of peoples in the least developed countries. Strong social protection safety nets with strong international solidarity is also necessary for allowing the least developed countries to build the capacity to address the Herculean efforts they have before them in order to address poverty in these countries. The Social Forum report made several other recommendations, and we would strongly encourage participants to read the document A/HRC/46/59. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for that intervention. Anyone wanting to take the floor, please? Yes, Yemen.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you, Co-Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, Excellencies, Executive Director, the Executive Director who attended with us, the ladies and gentlemen. As you are aware, the global and regional economic outlook reflects a gloomy picture of the macroeconomic and social trends and the lasting negative impacts of conflict, climate change, and COVID-19. The combination of these crises for us as a country living in a conflict and fragile context, the combination of these crises pushed actually more people into extreme poverty and increased inequality. As His Excellency, the Vice Minister of Planning and Intercooperation in Yemen, he explained that several LDCs country are affected by the conflict, and these people who are affected by the conflict suffer from multiple deprivations that have direct negative impact on economic growth, human capital accumulations. The conflict in Yemen actually paralyzed the economy and weakened the country's productive capability. The drop-off of oil prices during the COVID-19 pandemic first period and recent also flooding and climate change had actually added to the complication of the problems that we are going through. As a result, the war and conflict condition the gross domestic product has shrunk. The cumulative economic loss has reached more than $100 billion. For us to get out of these economic recessions, it was important for us as a country, and we call also upon our LDC's friend to adopt an agenda to recover the economic growth in the region, the Asia-Pacific region. And this agenda should focus on a number of priorities that we think, and it was mentioned during this meeting, or this important sixth session. Number one, supporting the health systems and enhancing required capacities to deal with COVID-19, health and environmental risk. Number two, which is very important, supporting and expanding social protection systems program, especially programs that to do with the conditional and unconditional cash, like cash for work, livelihood, cash for nutrition, and so on and so forth. Also, we recommend on expanding fiscal and monetary policies that support economic stability and stimulate economic growth. Also, the expanding of cooperation and economic integration, as well as opening up the fields of investments and movements of trade and exchange. Mr. Co-Chair, Your Excellency, finally, while Yemen is fighting the battle to restore the state and achieve peace, we are looking forward to working with the LDC countries in the coming conference, the fifth conference, and with our development partners, and for the support and help in economic recovery and reconstruction of Yemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that intervention. We will now have Mr. Ananashimu from Bangladesh participating online.
Hello, sir. Thank you, Excellency, for giving this. Hello. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
I think we have challenges with connectivity from that end. I don't know if we have someone wanting to contribute from within or in person.
Sir, there is a network problem.
That's very bad, yes. Please, other one.
Sir, there is a issue for a network.
Yeah. Do we have anyone wanting to take the floor in person or indeed online? Well, it seems to me that we do not have anyone wanting to take the floor. And as such, we will try to summarize what has gone on. I think from the panelists, what is key is the realization that the COVID, you cannot talk about social and human development without talking about the impact of COVID. And when you talk about the impact of COVID, you are looking at the primary impact and you are looking at the secondary impact, which is touching on the economic lives of people, education, productive capacities, employment, etc. And I think all the panelists, including those that have contributed, have made special mention of the need for governments or indeed the UN when we are trying to address this pandemic. We should not forget about the primary impacts. And I think it was also highlighted that the pandemic has brought to the fore certain inequalities even within our systems, more especially in LDCs. And there is need for us as we approach a new program to make sure that those challenges that have been highlighted through the pandemic are equally addressed. So I think in a nutshell, what we are seeing is that the pandemic, of course, without talking about the climate change and other factors that are hinging on the graduation of the least developed countries, the pandemic has highlighted certain things that need to be addressed if we are to be inclusive in the way we uplift our people from poverty to prosperity. So it is very key that we find solutions to these challenges that have been presented to us by the recent pandemic besides those challenges that have been presented to us by climate change and other factors. Maybe at this point in time, now I think I will give space to the panelists just to summarize whatever they said before we actually come to the end of the session. We will go in the same order we followed. I thank you. Yes, I think maybe let me mention to make it easy. We started with Mr. Akim Steiner, UNDP administrator. If you would summarize. Sorry, you will forgive me. We have Professor Gittersen to start giving her summary.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and apologies for the slight lag in the audio and video. Let me just say one thing in addition. As you know, my remarks were pretty much focused on health, but then also the interlinkages between health and economy and inequalities within our countries, but also within the global system of dealing with health. I want to emphasize here the importance of those linkages in particular. We know very well, and every speaker has pointed to the fact that when systems don't work, it is those who are most vulnerable who suffer the most. And certainly we've seen it in the context of women and girls. All of us have emphasized the importance of gender inequality, but there's also a whole range of other groups that suffer, as we know, including, and I want to highlight the issue of migrants. We all know that at this point, vaccine passports are becoming a method by which those who have vaccines internally are making sure that only the vaccinated come into their countries. Well, this is going to have a major impact on LDCs where migrants and remittances from migration are critical for the economy. The second and my final point that I'd like to make is the fact that we really need to stop lurching from one health challenge to another. We've learned, as I said in my remarks, from as far back as 2014-15, from the Ebola pandemic, if we did not know it before, and I think many of us knew that before, that functioning health systems with a strong emphasis on primary care, prevention, and treatment needs to be the basis for a healthy and resilient approach to the pandemics and epidemics that inevitably are facing us, given the problem of climate change and deforestation that we are faced with. So if we are not to lurch from one health pandemic to another, with the impact being the worst felt by the LDCs and the most vulnerable within them, we must globally, as a global health system, invest in ensuring that health systems are, in fact, made much stronger and more resilient. And in that context, I want to emphasize the importance of dealing with a key economic problem that LDCs face, as well as LMICs more generally, which is the growing burden of debt. And we all know what that means. The growing burden of debt means that fiscal stringency follows next, which means that health and education will lose even further in this. These interlinks and interconnections are critical for us to address if we are in fact to tackle seriously the social and human development problems that LDCs confront at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. We will now go to Professor Dr. Diane Elson to also give a 2-minute sum up of the presentation that she had.
LDCs, their governments, their people really face enormous challenges in the current situation. Some, as you know, have made good progress over the years. They've graduated from being in the LDC category, but they are still going to need support in the face of this pandemic. Others are in the process of graduating. They're going to need support. And others are at the stage of still needing to do quite a lot more investment. But all LDCs, their governments and their people need support to tackle these interrelated crises that have hit them at the moment, in which now it's not just a matter of leaving no one behind, it's that a lot of people have been pushed behind. So we're facing a set of unprecedented challenges. So appropriate international cooperation is really important. And although aid is an important part of that cooperation, it has to go beyond that. It has to address issues of debt. It has to address issues of the reallocation of the SDRs. It has to address the issues of what kind of conditions are attached to support, and a recognition that austerity conditions will actually not enable LDCs to recover and move forward, but will actually push them back further. So there has to be international cooperation on many levels. And of course, the governments of LDCs have an important part to play in the way that they make use of enhanced fiscal space. So I am heartened to hear about plans for increasing investments in health, education, social protection, but to make sure that that money is effectively spent, it really has to be done in cooperation with civil society. And civil society has to be given the right to challenge and to critique, to ensure that money is spent effectively. We had a statement about the importance of involving young people. We've had statements about the importance of involving women and girls, the importance of involving other marginalized groups, poor rural people, for instance. So I think this issue of the governance of the strategies that are used is also going to be critical. And I hope in the forward thinking about the next set of plans for supporting and enhancing development in the least developed countries, these issues of transparency, accountability, and participation will also find an important place. It's not going to be an easy task. I know there's a huge challenges that governments are facing. And I think the international community really must do much more to support them, particularly on the issue of the health dimensions of the pandemic, but also in terms of trade and finance. so that we are not going to have a lost generation of young people as a result of this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that summary. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we will now have a technical announcement before we actually wind up this session.
Everyone. Thank you, everyone. We will start our next session at 10:55 a.m. Geneva time. I would like to encourage all of those online to switch the platform for Interprify to WebEx. You should all have received the link, and we look forward to see you at 10:55. We will have a break until then. Thank you.
Thank you for that important announcement. Let me thank each one of you, the panelists, the discussants, and all those that made contribution, and more importantly, all those that did attend in person and online. We value the participation, we value the contributions, and we look forward to the next session. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you.
institutions so they can weather what are real shocks. Climate change, of course, is the biggest shock. It's coming, it's here now, it's not something in the future. It's around us, it's causing issues around migration, around the ability of people to get along together, and it's having a very, very substantial issue that we have to deal with. We need to find a way to sustain this process of graduation, and we know that business as usual is not going to get us there if we just simply do things the way we've done it. That's why we really need your best advice and your ideas to ensure that the next 10 years are remembered as ones where LDCs make enormous strides that are going to be supported by the international community. I want to thank you for your support, and I look forward to hearing the results of your deliberation. Above all, I want to urge you to be candid and frank and direct in everything that you say and how you share information and perspectives. It's important for us to work together in making the world a better place, but in particular, making the condition of least developed countries as sustainable and as positive as we possibly can. That's our job, and that's very much what we're looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you so much. Good to be with you. Excellencies and colleagues, I want to begin by congratulating all of you on what I know has been a productive week filled with very stimulating discussion in Geneva. I know you know, and we all know, how challenging it's been to plan a regional consultation like this during COVID in all the circumstances. So I want to start by really thanking my colleague, Ambassador Fatima, and the government of Bangladesh for their leadership in organizing this important meeting. I'm sorry not to be able to join you, but I'm very pleased to be able to speak with you virtually from New York. Excellencies and colleagues, I want to begin by congratulating all of you.
Thank you. All right. Good morning and good afternoon to everyone, honorable ministers, excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome you to the final substantive session of the Asia-Pacific Regional Review on the implementation of the Istanbul Programme of Action in preparation for the 5th UN Conference on the Least Developed Countries. And this session is entitled Road to Doha, an ambitious agenda for the next decade through reinvigorated and innovative financing for development of the Asia-Pacific least developed countries. The Asia-Pacific Regional Review meeting is taking place at a very challenging time. We are in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic crisis and the resultant economic recession. The virus has been mutating into deadly new variants, and many of our countries are going through recurring waves. Excellencies, the fiscal space of many LDCs is in a dire state. The key sources of their external financing have shrunk dramatically. Countries that are in the process of graduation are facing a double jeopardy, both by the unprecedented impacts of the pandemic crisis and the loss of LDC-specific special support measures. 16 LDCs are in different stages of graduation, and 10 of them are from our region. and the pandemic stands to jeopardize these development gains. It would be imperative to avert any regression in the progress made by incentivizing smooth and sustainable graduation. Against this backdrop, the LDC5 conference is very timely and provides us with an enormous opportunity to demonstrate international solidarity and partnership to help the LDCs overcome these immediate challenges through concerted global actions. The conference also provides us with an opportunity to come up with a development strategy and partnership compact that will provide an economic lifeline to the 1 billion people in the LDCs and to assist to bring them back on track to implement the 2030 agenda. Many of them have reached a tipping point. They need all support to avert an economic and humanitarian disaster. Distinguished colleagues, we need a new paradigm in global partnerships that is stronger, dynamic, and rapidly impactful on the ground. Historic global partnerships from the 2030 agenda to the Paris Agreement and the Addis Ababa Action Agenda should be our guiding documents for the next POA. ODA accounts for a prominent share of financing for sustainable development in the LDCs and continues to be a critically important source of finance for these countries. Donor governments should recommit to achieve the targets of 0.15 to 0.20% of the GNI as ODA to LDCs and must raise the benchmark as LDCs are asking for 0.35% of GNI or half of the ODA going to the LDCs. They should also adhere to the aid effectiveness principles, including ensuring ownership of LDCs and the predictability of ODA flows. Excellencies, external debt is a major challenge for LDCs, with 4 of them classified as debt distressed, and 16 others face a high risk of debt distress. The debt composition of LDCs has also changed, with an increasing share of debt held by the private and non-traditional bilateral creditors. While debt suspension efforts are helpful in the short to medium term to address liquidity constraints, debt cancellation is urgently needed for LDCs to avoid widespread defaults and to facilitate investments in recovery efforts and the SDGs achievements. It is important to pursue a coordinated multi-stakeholder response and put in place innovative tools and risk mitigation instruments. Blended finance can catalyze much needed additional resources for SDG-related investment projects and finance small and medium-sized enterprises. Bilateral and multilateral development banks, official resources could be pooled into a blended finance fund. Excellencies, we also need to consider developing finance instruments that address the impact of COVID-19, such as innovative social and sustainability bonds. Innovative capital market-based different risk financing mechanisms have also huge potentials to mobilize resources. There is a rapidly expanding global market for thematic bonds. These new financial products can be utilized to support causes like combating climate change. The IMF board decision on the special allocation of SDRs equivalent to US $650 billion is a welcome initiative. Unutilized SDRs could be repurposed and reallocated to LDCs to help them bridge balance of payments financing gaps. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, the issues that I've just highlighted can be important elements of the outcome of the next program of action for the LDCs. We thank and commend the LDC group under the leadership of its chair, Ambassador Parks Ligoya, and his able team for preparing an excellent zero draft for the consideration of member states. The draft contains 6 priority areas covering social, economic, and environmental aspects of sustainable development, as well as new and emerging issues and challenges, as well as how to address them. We know that the draft sets ambitious targets and concrete actions by LDCs and the development partners. It also provides a comprehensive blueprint on how to ensure the full implementation of the new program of action. The draft also contains special initiatives and support measures for LDCs, which include, among others, an online university and an international investment support center, as well as on building and strengthening a multi-hazard early warning system and a comprehensive multi-hazard crisis mitigation and resilience building mechanism. The first round of negotiations of the draft outcome document was held during the second PrepCom in New York in July. Member states, UN organizations, and CSOs have provided very important specific proposals. My co-chair, Ambassador Bob Rae, and I will issue a revised document by next week. We are planning to hold the next round of consultations by mid-September. By all means, we must conclude the negotiations by December this year. My co-chair, Bob Rae, could not join virtually due to time difference, but he has sent us a recorded message. And I would now like to kindly request the Secretariat to play Ambassador Bob Rae's message.
Excellencies and colleagues, I want to begin by congratulating all of you on what I know has been a productive week filled with very stimulating discussion in Geneva. I know you know, and we all know, how challenging it's been to plan a regional consultation like this during COVID in all the circumstances. So I want to start by really thanking my colleague, Ambassador Fatima, and the government of Bangladesh for their leadership in organizing this important meeting. I'm sorry not to be able to join you, but I'm very pleased to be able to speak with you virtually from New York. As you know, Canada and Bangladesh are co-chairing the preparatory process leading up to the 5th UN Conference on Least Developed Countries, LDCs, taking place in Doha, Qatar in January 2022. Very important aspect of this is to write and produce a program of action for LDCs, which will set out the framework for action and cooperation between LDCs and the international community. In this sense, the regional consultation coming at a very important time. Negotiations are going to be accelerating in New York after this meeting in Geneva, and we need to ensure that all the relevant voices are informing our work. In particular, we know that your region has been very successful in having countries deemed eligible for graduation from the LDC category, and we want to make sure that that experience is reflected in the program of action. And we think about it, in just 50 or 60 years, countries like Singapore and South Korea have become extremely technologically advanced, economically diverse countries, and leaders not only for their region, but for the world. Learning lessons from this experience, how do we enhance takeoff, is really going to be critical for us in our discussions. We have to find the right mix of indices and incentives that are going to make a difference. We know all too well that COVID-19 has been a great revealer. It's revealed the fragility in many of our economies, and it's also revealed the gaps between different countries around the world. And there are many elements that I think risk undercutting the sustainable growth that a great many countries have in fact experienced in recent years. Conflict, governance challenges are other pertinent examples of how a country can quickly reverse trajectory and where international support gets tested. In the Asia-Pacific region, we've seen this recently in Myanmar and in Afghanistan. But over the next decade, history shows that we will undoubtedly see similar crises in many other countries and many other LDCs. We have to design a program of action that strengthens countries' resilience and strengthens their institutions so they can weather what are real shocks. Climate change, of course, is the biggest shock. It's coming, it's here now, it's not something in the future. It's around us, it's causing issues around migration, around the ability of people to get along together, and it's having a very, very substantial issue that we have to deal with. We need to find a way to sustain this process of graduation, and we know that business as usual is not going to get us there if we just simply do things the way we've done it. That's why we really need your best advice and your ideas to ensure that the next 10 years are remembered as ones where LDCs make enormous strides that are going to be supported by the international community. I want to thank you for your support, and I look forward to hearing the results of your deliberation. Above all, I want to urge you to be candid and frank and direct in everything that you say and how you share information and perspectives. It's important for us to work together in making the world a better place, but in particular, making the condition of least developed countries as sustainable and as positive as we possibly can. That's our job, and that's very much what we're looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you so much. Good to be with you.
I thank Co-Chair Ambassador Bob Rae for his very strong message, and I strongly value his constructive partnership, wisdom, experience, and convening power. Thank you, Bob. We would now like move on to the resource persons and the keynote presentations to start with. And I have the honor first to give the floor to Mr. Courtney Rattray, Under Secretary General and High Representative for LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS, to deliver the keynote presentation. USJ Rattray, the floor is yours.
Okay. Ambassador Rabab Fatima, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues from the UN system, ladies and gentlemen. Over the past few days, we have combed through the complex structural impediments faced by LDCs in the Asia-Pacific region, which hinder the implementation of the Istanbul Programme of Action. While progress in graduation is heartening, the stark reality is that the Istanbul Programme of Action represents unfinished business. The COVID-19 pandemic is likely to stall the steady progress towards the SDGs achieved by the Asia-Pacific LDCs. Their limited productive capacity and financial resources render them unable to cope with the significant social and economic fallout of the pandemic. This fallout, I think you know, is going to impact these countries in a disproportionate manner. In some, the risk of another lost decade of development and a failure to achieve the SDGs is not only high, but rising. LDCs in the region are at a crucial moment in their efforts to build back better and consolidate their achievements to ensure a transformative recovery from the pandemic. Asian LDCs and LLDCs are well aware of the need to solidify past gains with a view to achieving structural transformation through growth in trade, increases in competitiveness and productive capacity, and ultimately by moving up regional and global value chains. Pacific LDC SIDS urgently need to build climate resilience and enhance their adaptive capacity to cope with more frequent and intense climate crises. Countries in conflict and post-conflict situations in the region are faced with the daunting task of restoring peace and building stable institutions to avert humanitarian crises and begin the process of national rehabilitation and reconciliation. As LDCs in the region embark on the road to Doha, a question that needs to be addressed is how to reinvigorate development finance to better support LDCs in their quest to achieve sustainable and resilient recovery from the pandemic. The international community has a duty to assist by providing practical policy options coupled with swift and concrete action. Due in part to their extreme vulnerability to external economic and environmental shocks, their narrow economic base and remoteness from major global markets, LDCs across the region lack the fiscal space to cope with the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is having devastating impacts on lives and livelihoods. Domestic resource mobilization is particularly challenging for most LDCs as they face capacity constraints in effective tax administration. The limitations this places on their ability to raise public revenue is compounded by the pernicious effect of illicit financial flows and tax evasion. LDCs rely to a large extent on external finance. In fact, ODA, remittances, and FDI represent a larger share of LDC's GDP than domestic finance. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has required increased spending at the very time that domestic revenues in LDCs are being sharply reduced due to a decline in economic activity and a sharp downturn in export earnings and remittance flows. This has widened the financing gap to achieve the SDGs. The OECD estimated that developing countries as a whole required $2.5 trillion per year to achieve the SDGs pre-pandemic. But it now estimates that these countries face a financing shortfall of $1 trillion in COVID-19 emergency and response spending. The 2021 OECD Global Outlook projects that the annual SDG financing gap in developing countries could have increased by as much as $1.7 trillion, or about 70% last year. Moreover, external financing to developing countries is estimated to have fallen by $700 billion in 2020. Added to this, COVID-19 has exacerbated these countries' debt servicing burden. 4 LDCs in the region have been assessed in the latest World Bank IMF debt sustainability assessments as having a high risk of debt distress, as you just heard from the chair. And we have also heard from Professor Geeta Sen this morning on the impact that this has had on critical sectors such as health and education. So, ladies and gentlemen, access to development finance is of crucial importance to LDCs in their quest to achieve the structural transformation required to place them on a sustainable development path. The entire global community, including the UN Development System, development partners from both the North and the South, and LDCs themselves have an important role to play. Even as these countries pursue innovative sources of finance, development partners should fulfill and enhance their ODA commitments to LDCs, as it remains a crucial means of financing investment in sustainable development. Although the G20 debt service suspension initiative provided liquidity and temporary breathing space for LDCs in respect of their debt service obligations to their official bilateral creditors, it did not alleviate the crushing debt burdens of these countries. A concrete sovereign debt restructuring mechanism needs to be put in place to ensure that LDCs attain long-term debt sustainability. And as the chair has said, we should not shy away from the discussion on the need for another, what will we call it, debt cancellation initiative. And I'm just thinking of the one that took place some years ago, the HIPIC initiative. And if ever there is a need for another such initiative, the time, I think, is now. The recently announced $650 billion allocation of SDRs agreed by the IMF Board of Governors will provide enhanced liquidity to LDCs and help them to address urgent health needs, including vaccinations. It will also enable greener, more robust recoveries from the pandemic. However, this SDR issuance will be credited to IMF member countries in proportion to their existing quotas. And because LDCs have relatively small quotas, they will need those member countries with large quotas and strong external positions to voluntarily channel some of their quotas to those most in need, such as the LDCs. This could be done by way of the IMF's concessional financing facility for low-income countries, the Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust. For Asia-Pacific LDCs at the front line of various shocks and hazards, it is important to ensure that development financing is sustainable, risk-informed, and resilient. This will require public and private, domestic and international investment, as well as bilateral and multilateral external flows, to be aligned with national, subnational disaster risk reduction strategies. I cannot overstate how important it is for investors to mainstream climate risks in their investment decision making. The adaptation needs of the Asia-Pacific LDCs and the Pacific SIDS in particular are significant. However, access to climate finance remains a major challenge for LDCs. These countries need efficient and effective access to climate finance through simplified application procedures and modalities. They also need assistance in building the capacity to prepare bankable projects for climate change adaptation and mitigation. To achieve transformative recovery, LDCs need a green economic stimulus package supported by the international community that can help them to address climate challenges while they work to achieve better economic outcomes. There is a clear need for investments in digital technologies, renewable energy, and sustainable infrastructure, all of which will contribute to the creation of jobs and the reduction of inequality. New financing sources and innovative funding mechanisms, including blended finance, green and blue bonds, debt swaps, and state contingent debt instruments, such as catastrophe-linked sovereign bonds, should also be considered. Finally, LDCs need to improve the capacity of their investment promotion agencies to better attract, diversify, and retain foreign direct investment. Ladies and gentlemen, the achievement of the SDGs in LDCs will require scaled-up international financial and technical support. The use of innovative financial instruments should be tailored to the specific requirements of LDCs, particularly the needs of local communities in relation to their recovery and resilience building efforts. From Istanbul to Doha, we must put in place an ambitious and transformative development finance and policy response package for LDCs to enable their sustainable recovery from the pandemic and accelerated implementation of the SDGs. And we will need to address the deficiencies in the international financial architecture so that it provides long-term sustainable benefits for all countries, not least of which are the LDCs. I thank you.
I thank you, USG Rattray, for your very rich presentation, and also take this opportunity to say how much we value your experience and knowledge, and we are extremely fortunate to have you now at the helm of our preparations for the LDC 5. Thank you, Courtney. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to invite Ms. Armida Salcia Alice Jahabana, Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to make her keynote presentation. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to all participants in this session 7 of the high-level Asia-Pacific Regional Review meeting on the IPOA. Innovative financing remains at the heart of advancing progress towards the SDGs among the Asia-Pacific LDCs. A sharp fall in GDP growth rates and the associated loss in revenue receipts were triggered by growing travel restrictions and a slump in tourism demand in LDCs. These economies further witnessed thousands of jobs lost in both the formal and informal sectors, which exacerbated poverty and socio-economic vulnerability. The pandemic has also resulted in a decline in foreign direct investment, remittances, and official development assistance. The pandemic triggered many challenges to government's ability to ensure sustained economic recovery and finance amidst the rising fiscal distress across LDCs. At the same time, the Asia-Pacific LDCs are facing growing climate change-related disaster risks and economic losses, as documented in ESCAP's latest publication, the 2021 Asia-Pacific Disaster Report. As countries prioritize speedy economic recovery, there is a risk that less attention will be paid to tackling climate adaptation and mitigation. There is a clear argument to reinvigorating the landscape to promote innovative sources of financing for healthcare, supporting economic recovery, and mobilizing financing options for climate action. UN Secretary-General Global Initiative and the associated high-level meetings on the Financing for Development agenda has been instrumental in highlighting the financing policy priorities to assist LDCs, including Small Island Development States or SIDS. In view of this, please allow me to share for your further discussion, deliberation, and consideration 3 important financing instruments to mobilize additional resources. The first one is that governments in LDCs can work towards raising fiscal revenues and strengthening the administrative efficiency for allocating budgetary resources to support lives and livelihoods. The government revenue of the Asia Pacific LDCs, that is excluding grants, increased to 22% in 2019, up from 19.1% of GDP in 2011. And the median tax to GDP ratio increased to 18.8% from 13.5% over the same period. Despite this encouraging trend, not all LDCs have sufficient tax revenues. Several of them have government revenues below 10% of GDP in 2020. Our policy analysis indicates that there is still plenty of room to broaden tax bases, tackle tax avoidance and tax evasion by upgrading their national tax systems, modernizing taxpayers' databases, and streamlining revenue collection processes. Second, policymakers in LDCs need to work with development partners and the private sector in taking advantage of expanding global markets to access new financing for the SDGs, such as green bonds, social bonds, sustainability bonds, and climate bonds. There are encouraging developments in our region. For example, in 2020, Bhutan issued its first domestic sovereign bonds with technical assistance from ESCAP, and Cambodia passed a law that will allow the government to issue bonds. To take these initiatives forward, building institutional capacities to issue sovereign bonds is an essential step. And third, LDCs can harness the potential of digital financing to expand financial inclusion. The pandemic has unveiled the importance of digital solutions and finance technologies to support business recovery and economic growth, especially to empower women entrepreneurs. Digital technology in particular has been facilitating the delivery of government-to-person or G2P digital cash transfers. It significantly lowers the cost of international remittances while supporting reductions in poverty and promoting economic equality. ESCAP is working with several governments to devise mechanisms to facilitate improved flows of finance to MSMEs, including in Bangladesh and Nepal. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to reiterate that we must ensure financing economic recovery policies in line with the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda. Finally, I'm pleased to inform you that ESCAP's upcoming Committee on Macroeconomic Policy, Poverty Reduction and Financing for Development, to be held in October of this year, will focus on these financing issues, including innovative climate finance instrument. The committee intends to discuss the potential of these innovative financing instruments, good practices, as well as opportunities in their deployment in the Asia-Pacific region, especially for the LDCs. ESCAP stands ready to continue our support for LDCs in identifying development financing through cooperation, partnership, and multilateralism. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, for your comprehensive presentation. Thank you very much for joining us. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we have 2 more presentations on our preparations for Doha, and I'm very pleased to present the first one from Ambassador Alia Ahmed Saif Al Thani, the permanent representative of Qatar to the United Nations in New York. She has sent us a video message, and I will request the Secretary to play that now. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like at the outset to convey my sincere gratitude to the distinguished colleagues, the Permanent Representative of Bangladesh, Ambassador Rabab Fatima, and the Permanent Representative of Canada, Ambassador Robert Ray, for co-chairing this session. My gratitude is also extended to the keynote speakers for their insights and expertise. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to address you today as my country, the State of Qatar, is the host of the 5th United Nations Conference on the Least Developed Countries, which will be held in Doha from the 23rd to the 27th January 2022. As a host country, I would like to take the opportunity to provide a brief update on some of the preparatory activities leading up to the conference, which are well underway thanks to the collaborative efforts of the State of Qatar and the Office of the High Representative for LDCs, LLDCs and SIDS, as well as all other stakeholders. It is encouraging to convey that despite all challenges and obstacles caused by the international health crisis, the preparatory process for the conference in Doha is proceeding smoothly according to a well-designed plan to ensure the success of the conference and the safety and security of the participants. The State of Qatar was delighted to welcome the in-person visit of the UN Interdepartmental Planning Mission, which has been successfully accomplished. A team from several UN departments visited Doha from the 31st of May to June 4th. They met with their counterparts and various parties in Doha, responsible for the preparations for the conference. Fruitful discussions on the organizational and logistical aspects of the conference were convened. The team also got the opportunity to visit the Qatari National Convention Center, the facility where the conference will be convened, which is considered one of the largest and most advanced conference centers in the Middle East. This planning mission was crucial, as it provides a great opportunity to further coordinate and discuss different aspects pertaining to the conference, as well as discussing the progress to date and the next steps forward. Currently, the State of Qatar is relentlessly working and communicating with all concerned parties to make sure that all aspects of the preparation for the conference are finalized. To this end, monthly meetings are being convened between the concerned authorities in the State of Qatar and the Office of the High Representative. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as you may all know, the second meeting of the Preparatory Committee of the 5th United Nations Conference on LDCs was held from the 26th to the 30th of July. This meeting considered the zero draft outcome submitted by the group of LDCs under the leadership of Malawi. I would like to take the opportunity to commend Malawi and the members of the LDCs for submitting a comprehensive draft outcome document, the Doha Programme of Action for Least Developed Countries. We are also happy to note that development partners were engaged constructively in the negotiations of the outcome document. I would like to take the opportunity as well to commend our co-chairs, Ambassador Rabab Fatima and Ambassador Robert Ray, for their efficient co-chairmanship of the preparatory committee meetings. I assure you that the State of Qatar is keen to engage with all relevant stakeholders to secure a meaningful and action-oriented outcome that will serve as a building block to support the efforts of the LDCs to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and long-term resilience. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in light of the current challenges and exceptional circumstances, we look forward to making that conference a significant opportunity to introduce a transformative change in the lives of those living in the most vulnerable countries. We trust that the conference will be an important opportunity to achieve a transformative change in the lives of the millions of people in the LDCs, including in the Asia-Pacific region, as well as a milestone in generating positive momentum to support the aspirations of the LDCs and their path towards sustainable and inclusive development. In conclusion, I would like to assure you that the State of Qatar will spare no efforts to make this conference a success, and we look forward to welcoming you all in Doha in January 2022. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
I thank the distinguished permanent representative of Qatar, Ambassador Al-Thani, for her statement and for updating us on the preparations being made by her government to host LDC 5. We are all keenly looking forward to Doha. And may I take this opportunity to thank her, my very dear friend, for a deep personal engagement in the preparations for Doha 22. I also thank the government of Qatar for its generous support in hosting this meeting. Excellencies, we'll now hear the visions and strategies for the sustainable development of LDCs for the decade 2021 to 2030. And I'm very pleased to now give the floor to Ms. Heidi Schroederes-Fox, Director of OHR LLS, to make that presentation. Heidi, the floor is yours.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to present to you the main findings of the 2021 edition of the State of LDCs report, and also update you on the progress towards LDC 5 conference itself. The report, which was recently published by OHR LLS, covers the special theme, Building Back Better in Response to COVID-19. The report looks at where the LDCs stand now, more than a year into the pandemic, and makes recommendations on how to tackle the challenges. A key focus is resilience building so that future shocks can be better weathered by the LDCs. COVID-19 has not only taken a toll on health and livelihoods of people living in LDCs, but also significantly affected international trade, collapsed commodity prices, disrupted value chains, and virtually killed off international tourism. What followed has been a sharp reduction in GDP growth and rise in poverty, food insecurity, and increased inequality, both within and between countries. The report offers insights on the specific vulnerabilities of LDCs, and I will here just share 3 statistics that expose some of these gaps. 1, OECD countries have more than 10 times the number of doctors per capita than LDCs. So consequently, they have been better equipped to respond. Hunger in LDCs was increased even before the pandemic, and now they suffer almost double the hunger than the rest of the world. And in stark contrast to the Istanbul Programme of Action target of 7% GDP growth, last year average GDP in LDCs actually declined by 1.3%, wiping out what limited ability there was to respond. Let me flag some of the main recommendations that come out of this report. The first is, of course, very obvious. We have to stop the spread of the pandemic, and in doing this, LDCs need urgent access to quality vaccines, and their healthcare systems need to be strengthened. To address increasing poverty, it is essential to expand social protection that can rapidly be scaled up and targets vulnerable people, including people with disabilities. LDCs exports need to expand to higher value-added sectors, including through targeted support to micro, small, and medium enterprises, which account for 9 out of 10 firms in LDCs. It is not enough to get back to where the LDCs were before the pandemic. We need to focus especially on strategic areas that can accelerate structural transformation towards sustainable development. New technologies must be deployed to accelerate progress. The report shows the centrality of renewable energy access. Clean, affordable energy will be critical to any attempt at building sustainable productive capacity for agriculture and vital services from health to transport. Currently, just 53% of people living in LDCs have access to electricity. Similarly, broadband connectivity, only 1 person in 5 in LDCs uses the internet, compared to 9 in 10 in developed countries. Inadequate connectivity prevents access to education, health, finance, and other sectors, as well as to global and regional knowledge networks. While finance is not the only element for accelerating progress, it is obviously a very key factor. The report shows that LDCs only managed to increase fiscal support by $17 per capita during the pandemic, whereas the amount of stimulus for the developed countries averaged almost $10,000 per capita. Since 2019, high debt levels of many LDCs have increased, with almost half of the LDCs either in debt distress or high risk of debt distress. The report recommends taking the vulnerability of LDCs to shocks already into account when financing is made available. Official development assistance to LDCs was already declining in real terms over the past decade. It is crucial that at least 50% of ODA should be allocated specifically to the LDCs. The full report is available on the official conference website, which I really encourage you all to visit. It's un.org/LDC5. And I hope that you have the opportunity to look at the findings and find them useful. Ladies and gentlemen, now with less than 5 months to go, we are very firmly on that road to Doha and the LDC5 conference. So let me take this opportunity to briefly provide you with an update on the conference itself. We hope that LDC5 will come out with a new, ambitious and tangible program of action for the LDCs, and also be an unforgettable experience that leaves delegates energized and with new networks and momentum to deliver on this program of action. Most of the preparatory work is complete. The Africa Regional Review took place in February. A PGA and ECOSOC event on accelerated implementation of the 2030 Agenda in LDCs happened in June, and we are now about to conclude this Asia-Pacific Regional Review meeting. We also had the organizational session of the PrepCom in February this year, followed by the 2 PrepComs in May and July. UN agencies and various partners have also undertaken targeted thematic events on employment and decent work, food security, ICT, industrialization, broadband connectivity, and of course, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Before the year is over, we will meet again at the LDC Future Forum in Helsinki, Finland, which will bring together the academic community, policymakers, and practitioners to engage in innovative thinking, new solutions for the LDCs for the next decade. And here let me thank the government of Finland for generously supporting that event. And we are planning also to have a retreat for the ambassadors of LDCs and Friends of LDCs in New York during this fall. So despite the pandemic, it has been a very busy 2 years of preparations. So what can you expect from LDC5 week in Doha, Qatar? The day before the conference on January 22, the LDC Summit, Youth Summit and Parliamentary Forum co-organized by IPU and the Shura Council will take place. During the 5 days of conference, a total of 16 intergovernmental sessions, the general debate as well as thematic roundtables are planned, and there is a possibility to hold up to 90 side events. We also plan to have a high-level commemoration of the 50 years of the LDC category on the opening day. Throughout the week, we will bring young people together with media, civil society, and private sector organizations to create inclusive, engaging, and exciting series of events. As Ambassador Al-Thani has just mentioned, the Qatar National Conference Center offers a space and very, very beautiful facilities, interactive spaces such as the Youth Pavilion, a selfie wall, an interactive installation connecting delegates to people in the LDCs in real time will drive energy, empathy, and collaboration. LDC5 will take advantage of the latest technologies to celebrate the cultures and the hopes of least developed countries through digital projections and music that will also connect to those participating virtually. So before I close, let me just give you some very practical information. Invitations by the United Nations and Qatar will be sent at the highest level in the coming days to the heads of state and government of member states. We urge you to participate at the highest possible level. Qatar has very generously agreed to sponsor a large delegation from all 46 LDCs. And I want to once again thank Qatar for their generosity and commitment that they have shown throughout the preparatory process. We encourage early registration to ensure COVID-19 regulations can be followed timely and in line with the host country's requirements. We will continue to provide updates and information and ask again for your very active engagement and support in making LDC5 conference a memorable UN conference that delivers concrete and actionable solutions and results for the LDCs. And again, remind you that all of this information can be found on the conference website at un.org/LDC5. I thank you very much for your attention and look forward to seeing you all in Doha in January. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Heidi, for sharing the key findings and recommendations first from the report. And the report is indeed a very valuable resource and reference document, and it is available in the website, distinguished delegates. If you have not already downloaded it, you may wish to do so now. Thank you, Heidi, also for giving us an update on the preparations. And Doha is looking more exciting by the day. And I wish to thank you and your team for the tireless efforts that you're making to prepare us. Thank you very much, Heidi. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we will now turn to the panelists. And we have a rich panel here. So I would like to request our distinguished panelists to share with us their experience in tackling the challenges that their respective countries are facing in financing a recovery from the COVID-19. And they may also wish to share specific recommendations that they may have for LDCs and their development partners to fill the financing gaps. So without further ado, I would like to call upon the first panelist, and I'm very pleased to invite the first, Mr. Madhu Kumar Marasini, Secretary of the Ministry of Finance of Nepal. Sir, you have the floor, Mr. Marasini. He's joining us virtually.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Excellency, co-chairs, ambassadors from Bangladesh and Canada, and the keynote presenters and other panelists, as well as all participants. It's an honor and pleasure for me to participate in this very important discussion where we've been preparing to go to Doha for obtaining more resources for the LDCs and to attain their agendas which have been unmet yet. But now, because of the COVID pandemic, the unmet agendas list has been further expanded. As just presented here, we had committed for an annual growth of 7% in IPOA. However, now, the last year, our growth has dropped down to merely 1.3%. That means that we have to put an extra effort. So we need to go beyond what we had committed in IPOA, or we need to think beyond what we had agreed during the Addis Ababa Action Plan and the follow-up action agendas. I think this thing is clearly understood, and we all acknowledge this fact. So we all talk about making the world better place, but then there are some parts of the world they are better place, right? Just the facts and figures already show that. But when we talk about the LDCs, then they are the countries like which are vulnerable to pandemic, which are vulnerable to disasters, which are vulnerable to poverty, which are vulnerable to climate change. So if we want to make the world better, then I think we need to have better instruments or enhance financing so that we can attain global peace and order. So when there is a conflict, unrest, poverty, destitution, and vulnerability in one place, I think we cannot sleep soundly in the other place, no matter how rich the other countries are. So let's take this into account. And when we talk about building back better, so let's also find out what makes the LDCs or other LLDCs also. There are other groups of countries as well which are further vulnerable, right? So what are the conditions that the LDCs and LLDCs can be build back better given the pandemic as well as given their already vulnerable economic conditions? I think we need to also identify the core areas, because there are both, the economy is not formalized fully. There are large scale of informal sector as well. Our penetration in the informal sector is not enough, not sufficient. Although most of the supports that we provide, that is captured by, even in those countries, by the top level of people or limited group of people. So we need to also go down to the bottom section of the people in those countries. So that means that our focus should be how we create opportunities for employment and self-employment. So we need to focus on investing or creating more jobs through SMEs in providing opportunities for the investment, as well as of the market access as well. We cannot have the reciprocity in the market access. Maybe we need some reservation as well for some time. And still these countries are large segment of people still they are dependent on agriculture sector, most of the people. And this is the same sector where most of the poor people, they have been living in this sector. So agriculture sector should be also focused so that we can build back better, in LDCs and LLDCs or other least developed countries. So when we talk about what type of fiscal policies we need to have in these countries, given the current condition of pandemic as well, we have to set aside extra money for health expenditure. Now we need to buy vaccine, right? We need extra money to buy vaccine. Otherwise, that money could have gone to build better infrastructures, better schools, and or other needy areas of the economy. But because of the pandemic, we are very much in pressure, and we are very much in resource constraint stage because of we need to prepare the COVID health facilities, as well as we need to purchase the vaccines. So the investment gap now in the LDCs has been ever expanding, and maybe we can say it's ballooning. So let's realize this fact, and we want some assurance. And when we go to Doha, we need to better prepare ourselves that we need to build the resilient health infrastructures for the future as well, and also need to save the lives of the people in the present, and also build back better our economy. So these are the three agendas that from the fiscal policy side we need to push in Doha. And like the country like Nepal, as you know, it's a very beautiful country, and we had our large section of economy was dependent in tourism sector. But because of the pandemic, that is gone. No tourists come here. That means the vulnerability has been further expanded, and our people have been further losing those jobs, and their economic condition is getting worse. So we need to also think not only we need to talk about what is happening globally, but also we should think locally as well. And also we should take into account the country specific cases. Let's not generalize every condition. Let's also take into account the country specific cases, and also do or bring the measures to make the country's conditions better through focusing on the country's specific cases. And on the education sector also, our children are out of school. Though in the developed countries, you can have the digital education, or in the urban areas, okay, we can provide the digital education or school classes through digital means. But because of the huge number of rural areas, in the education sector also, it has created a barrier, or it has created haves and have-nots children, right? Children who have education despite this education, and children, those last segment of children who are not having the education, otherwise at least they would have gone to school, or they would be getting the education. And of course, on the SDG financing, though Nepal, I don't know if you are familiar, in our fiscal policy and in our annual budget, we have categorized our budget through the sustainable development goals as well. So we measure how much money we have put on eliminating poverty, how much money we have put on zero hunger, or how much money we have put on climate action. So we have codified the SDGs as well in our budget. So that shows that the investment need is huge, and the resource there is not sufficient enough. What we want is not that every year, or we don't want like all the time to be dependent on ODA. We want that type of ODA that teaches us how to, like, not only catch the fish, but also grow the fish, like the popular Chinese person says. We want to be sustainable. We want to have sustainable revenue base. We don't want to be always coming to the developed countries or multilateral agencies seeking more aid, or this or that percentage of aid. We want that aid should be supporting us to create sustainable base of our revenue, so that we will be sustainable, we can make our development inclusive, and we can have our own development plans. Otherwise, the aid dependency will, the never-ending aid dependency will make our conditions further vulnerable. This is my request. I think we need to take this also into account. And because of pandemic, and also even in the conditions of before 2019 COVID pandemic, the FDI share is not fairly coming to LDCs. Yeah, of course, the private investment may seek the like conditions where they can get more benefit or more profit. But I think we need to also push them because of this possibility of comparative advantage and possibility of connecting the LDCs into global value chains. There are also opportunities, but because the investors, if they think, or a country, if they name a country, and if that is categorized under LDC, then they are discouraged to come there. We should reward this, and also we should create such condition that the FDI is attracted, and more FDI opportunities will be provided in the LDCs as well. And because of the COVID pandemic, the FDI, which was not sufficient enough, has been further going down in the LDCs. So we want, we need to convince the global community also to think, or maybe to keep aside certain percent of FDI for the LDCs. I don't know if that is doable, but we can discuss from this point of view as well. And of course, the local currency bond is a wonderful idea, but these countries lack technique and technology and skill and sufficient knowledge even to issue the local bonds and to go to the market. So I request if we prepare for Doha, that if the international community also does provide us the technique and the right way to go for the local currency bonds or other thematic area bonds, that will be really wonderful. On the blended financing also, that is not well practiced in LDCs. Most of the LDCs, I don't know in many other countries, but if you talk about my country, Nepal, then this is not well practiced, the blended financing. This is new area, a new instrument as well. So I urge that the agencies, multilateral agencies or development partners to also support us to achieve the blended finance or to use this instrument and to invite the means of blended finance. We do have to also explore the possibility of having more fund through the global climate funds. There is a huge amount now coming to the climate fund. Here in Nepal, we are now talking with development partners on GREEN initiative, green, resilient, and inclusive development, the GREEN initiative. So if we could also put this GREEN initiative into Doha agenda, maybe that will be also very helpful. So with these few words, I once again would like to thank for this opportunity. I would like to thank the UN agencies, UNDP, for considering Nepal and also hosting this very pertinent conference that we are preparing for Doha, and that focuses particularly on financing for development for the LDCs. And Nepal, for us, we have targeted to be graduated from LDC by 2026. And there are some concerns as well. What happens after 2026? Because our commitment was before the pandemic, but now due to the pandemic, our conditions has gone further vulnerable. So we may need to also reconsider and continuing supporting for Nepal, taking into account the COVID-created conditions as well. So thank you once again. Thank you, chairs, and thank you everyone for this opportunity. I'll be here for any follow-up questions. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Mr. Mirasani, for your very comprehensive statement and also for sharing very valuable insights from your national experience. Many of us in this room also share the same challenges now more than ever. Thus, the urgent need for concerted actions and partnership, as you rightly said, in sharing knowledge, experience, and technology. And we will continue to count on Nepal's valuable contribution to the preparatory process. And I can assure you, Mr. Finance Secretary, that you have most able representative in Nepal in Ambassador Amrit Rai, who is a very valuable member of the Bureau of the Preparatory Process. Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished colleagues, I'll now turn to the second member of the panel. And we have Mr. Sulivat Suvanachumkam, Director General of External Finance and Debt Management of the Ministry of Finance of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. Sir, you have the floor. He'll join us virtually.
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished co-chairs, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure for me to represent Lao PDR in this high-level Asia-Pacific Regional Review and Meetings on the Istanbul Program of Action in preparation for the 5th United Nations Conference on the Least Developed Countries, especially in this session 7 on the road to Doha. In recent years, the economy of Lao PDR has faced many challenges which have been affected by both external and internal factors, such as the impact of the competition and the barriers of the trade and investment, and the volatility of the global capital markets, which have affected the economic situation in many countries, and including Laos. As the COVID-19 pandemic hits globally since late 2019, Lao PDR cannot escape the unavoidable impacts that it brings with it all fronts. The National Assembly of Lao PDR had recently approved the national agenda to address financial and economic difficulties amid COVID-19 pandemic and the nation's growing debt burden, in which measures, timeframes for priority scheme, and the responsibilities of various factors are outlined in response to the nation's fiscal concerns and are designed to maintain macroeconomic stability in both short and long term. Some of the most important elements of the national program include boosting the revenue collection while reducing extravagant spending of the budget by rolling out the strictest policy. So Ministry of Finance was given a task to carry the measures enshrined with the agenda, particularly those relating to the creation of more revenue sources and battling extravagance, financial leaks, and corruption. All of which is aligned with the Ministry's public finance development strategy to 2025 and vision to 2030. Through this stream, the road towards a strong, transparent, modern, and fair public finance management system that has the overall goals of strengthening the foundation of PFM, ensuring the comprehensive transformation of public finance entities into effective, transparent, and fair institutions, mitigating negative impacts of financial growth, and moving towards financial modernization. So the achievement of these goals will ensure macroeconomic stability, maximize additional potential revenue sources to finance the implementation of our National Socio-Economic Development Plan, or NSEDP, and create conditions for Lao PTR to graduate from the LDC status by 2024, while achieving green growth and sustainability for the future. The development of public finance entities must be in accordance with the vision and overall direction of the public finance development strategy. So public finance entities must provide a strong PFM foundation to allow them to meet the need of NSCDP and to enhance livelihoods and prosperity of the people of all ethnic groups to attain Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, and to foster development according to the country's development vision. To this end, 10 sub-strategies have been defined. But for our discussion, I will focus on Strategy 2, the revenue policy and resource mobilization to mobilize revenue, to maximize revenue collection, and Strategy 7, about the modernization of public finance entities in line with regional and international trends. For the Strategy 2, we have set goals to maximize revenue collection through exploration of untapped revenue potential and full application to the legal framework, set fair tax and customs policies for all economic sectors, promote domestic production and services by focusing on enhancing productivity and quality, build a sustainable revenue base while aligning with the green growth and sustainable development, enhance efficiency of revenue collection management, and close all leakages, manage ODA or official development assistance effectively, and use proceeds from natural resources for sustainable development. Some of the priorities include assessing and developing customs and tax policies that promote investment and commercial production as part of a sustainable revenue base. So enhancing effectiveness of revenue management collection through conducting enterprise surveys using sound technology methodology to define the revenue base and to inform annual projection and the medium-term budget framework. Creating modern tools and systems in revenue collection management to cover the entire revenue base and to maximize collecting by fully applying the current legal framework. Reviewing and develop laws, regulations, institutions, and guidelines to guide the modernization process, as well as adopting measures to close revenue leakages. For Strategy 7, we aim to upgrade professionalism in public finance management to be on par with regional peers. Also, develop and implement a modern system for proper, comprehensive, and timely revenue collection and expenditure management through improving and upgrading a centralized IT infrastructure to modernize human resource management and operate in an accurate, fast, modern, and secure manner, as well as equipping staff with IT and public finance skills by training them domestically and abroad. Also develop a medium and long-term leadership succession plan. So we are also prioritized on developing and applying a modern system for proper, comprehensive, and transparent, timely revenue collection and expenditure management through developing a complete set of interfaces with budget units and banks and other relevant ministries, organizations between the government agencies and between the government and private sector in order to ensure data accuracy and integrity and to facilitate tax payments, electronic payments, and the application of modern tools such as smartphones, tablets, ATM, and others. There is a need also to develop modernized system to manage and collect tax revenue countrywide, such as online tax administration with the banking system, national treasury, and other relevant entities. Applying tools to monitor VAT implementation in all commercial entities, improve and accelerate taxpayer service, and develop a data system for accurate and timely tax collection and recording. And lastly, we aim to develop modern systems and tools to manage expenditure, linking public finance management system between MOF, Ministry of Finance, the banking sector. This collaboration would include models on budget preparation, budget execution, fiscal reporting, and auditing. And we have a system to manage the debt management called DMFAS. So the system would be used to manage public debt more effectively in the medium and long term. Thank you very much, Chair.
I thank you, Mr. Suvarnachumkam, for your statement and for sharing specific ideas and recommendations from the ground. As a graduating country, Laos brings important experience to our discussions, and we greatly value your representative ambassador Anupab's valuable contributions to the preparatory process. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Distinguished representative, I now have the pleasure to invite Ms. Moira Simons, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Finance of Tuvalu. Madam, the floor is yours. Secretariat, can you please check if Ms. Simons is connected? Ms. Moira Simons, can you hear us? Let me move on. Are we having some technical difficulties? Let's move on to the next panelist then. Thank you very much. Distinguished, we'll come back to Ms. Simons later. Let me now move on to our next panelist. And I'd like to call upon Mr. Helder Lopez, alternate governor of Timor-Leste for the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank and former Vice Minister of Finance of Timor-Leste. Mr. Lopez, the floor is yours.
you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished participants. It is a great pleasure for me to have this opportunity to share Timor-Leste's view on this very important session. I will briefly outline three things in my intervention. First, an overview on the financial sector development in Timor-Leste. Second, challenges and opportunities for sector development. And third, key actions required to underpin preparation for LDC graduation. Key information on the overview of financial sector development in Timor-Leste include tax revenue to GDP ratio is around 12% only, which is below 15% of the minimum threshold to provide basic service. Government's main revenue is from oil and gas. The inflow of this revenue started in 2005, and all the revenues are saved in the sovereign wealth fund called Petroleum Fund. The Petroleum Fund has been growing since its establishment with a current balance of over 19 billion US dollar. The growing balance is driven by the inflow of the revenue from oil and gas, returns from investment, and the prudent withdrawal to finance government annual expenditure. The Petroleum Fund accounts for over 80% of financing source for government annual expenditure. Average total government and recurring expenditures to GDP in the last 5 years, 2016-2020, is 91% and 59% respectively. Average fiscal deficit to GDP in the last 5 years is 35%, which was predominantly financed by excess withdrawal from the Petroleum Fund. Loan to GDP ratio in 2020 was 26%, where all the loans are project-based loans to finance infrastructure development. On the other hand, government yet to issue bonds. Development partner support to GDP was around 11.8% in 2020. Two key challenges with regards to financing for development that I would like to share with you are institutional capacity constraint and fiscal sustainability concern. On the institutional capacity constraint, despite substantial improvement on institutional capacity development has been made, capacity constraint remains a challenge, particularly on implementation and oversight mechanism of SDGs and local development agenda, rationalization, prioritization, and absorptive capacity of public expenditure towards achieving development agenda targets in medium to long-term horizon, limited capacity of revenue collection agencies to collect more revenue, inefficient service delivery, including in finance sectors, due to limited e-services, and limited capacity to underpin private sector development for economic diversification and employment creation. The second challenge is fiscal sustainability concern. So the Petroleum Fund provides a buffer and a strong fiscal anchor to the government. However, fiscal sustainability concern is mounting due to huge financing development needs, the continued excess withdrawals to finance the growing fiscal deficit, especially in the recent years, and the downward trend of the petroleum revenue. With regards to the opportunities, I would like to flag three key opportunities. First, integration of SDGs to countries' development agenda. Timor-Leste has adopted SDGs into its development agenda framework. The alignment of SDGs and the strategic development plan and the roadmap for implementation set opportunity and clear guidance for programs and priorities to be financed in the next decade. Second opportunity is implementation of fiscal reform. The ongoing implementation of the fiscal reform presents great opportunities for the country to increase tax revenue to 15% of GDP by 2023 and to correct economic distortions for more private sector investments. The reform that also focuses on improvement of information financial management system will contribute to digital financial services, such as online tax service and payment, and transfer of cash to beneficiaries of social assistance program. Third opportunity is the petroleum fund itself. So the existence of the petroleum fund presents two great opportunities for the government to mobilize resources to finance development. In the short to medium term, the government can use the petroleum fund to finance development needs, but it should be done in prudent and sustainable manners. Government could protect and ensure sustainability of the petroleum fund by leveraging the fund for a more loan mobilization from institutional, bilateral, and multilateral financial institutions. Given the fund generates an average investment return of 3%, comparing cost of borrowing and the opportunity cost of investment return is a key policy guidance and principle. Fourth opportunity is low debt to GDP ratio. Risk of debt distress is very low for Timor-Leste, as debt to GDP in 2020 was 26% only, and the country has the petroleum fund with a balance of over 19 billion US dollar. This presents an enormous space for the government to mobilize more loan resources to finance development needs. The fifth opportunity is foreign aid policy. Country's new foreign aid policy that was approved by the government and development partners in the 2019 Timor-Leste Development Partners meeting provides a great opportunity to strengthen partnership for efficient grants resource mobilization to finance development in Timor-Leste, guided by the principle of country-owned, country-led, and using country system. I would like to also share 7 key actions required for mobilization of financial resources to underpin Timor-Leste preparation for LDC graduation. The first action that needs to be done is introduce an innovative partnership. Business as usual in partnership may no longer relevant to support preparation for LDC graduation and beyond. Innovative partnership that puts private sector as the center of cooperation for economic diversification, domestic resource mobilization, and promotion of trade could be a policy and a strategic option that need to be considered. Moreover, there is also a need to adjust and improve the existing coordination and dialogue mechanism between the government of Timor-Leste and development partners for external resource mobilization, such as grants and loans. Innovative coordination mechanisms that need to be promoted and established include promoting a regular dialogue between the government, private sector, and financial institutions, strengthening development partners meeting on a quarterly and annual basis, reactivating and integrating SDGs and SDP and SDP sectoral working groups, engaging private sector and development partners in the ongoing government reforms. The second action required is restructuring financial landscape. The current financial landscape that is highly dependent on withdrawal from the petroleum fund and limited resources mobilization from taxes to finance the great development needs are unsustainable for the country. The government has shown its commitment to address the issue through fiscal and public financial management reform, ensuring sustainability of the petroleum fund, accessing more concessional resources from the bilateral and multilateral financial institutions at the sustainable level to finance strategic investments, improving compliance and tax base for domestic resource mobilization, and efficient use of management of grants, resources, are policy that should be implemented with high commitment, consistent, and within a proper time frame. The restructuring financial landscape needs to involve the following elements. First, ensuring sustainability of the petroleum fund. To ensure the petroleum fund sustainability, the government should be consistent with the schedule of the front-loading fiscal policy implementation that will conclude in 2024, adopting a fiscal rule on limiting excess withdrawal to 60% of estimated sustainable income, tapping up on more concessional resources for strategic investments, setting up a fiscal rule on the fund balance threshold, where excess withdrawal will not allow if the balance has hit the threshold. The second element is accessing more external resource, accessing more external concessional resources. The third element is consistent with the implementation of fiscal reform agenda to achieve the target of 15% of domestic revenue to GDP by 2023. The fourth element is promoting the use of New Deal principles of country-owned, country-led, and using country system for efficient use of external grant resources. The fifth element is rationalization of expenditure under prudent fiscal policy framework. In the short term, more resources should be allocated for mitigation and prevention of COVID-19 and economic recovery measures, and expenditure strategies for medium to long term should focus on investing in people, infrastructure, technologies, and strategic sectors such as agriculture and tourism for a resilient and competitive economy and inclusive and sustainable development. The third action that required to be done is promoting private sector investment to diversify the economy, of which there are two very important elements that need to be considered. First, improving business environment. Second, diversifying the economy with endowment sectors or potential sectors such as agriculture, tourism, extractive industry, and manufacturing. The fourth required action that need to be done is more fiscal space for human capital development. Rationalization of expenditure to give more fiscal space for human development, particularly to education, health, and food security, based on public expenditure review and medium-term expenditure framework are critical. Fifth, actions required is enhancing public service delivery with electronic government. Institutional capacity constraint is a structural challenge in Timor-Leste that need to be transformed. And I believe this is also a common challenge in LDCs. Promoting e-government for all government services across the country and integrating or interfacing all information systems will correct distortion in public service delivery and improve economic efficiency. Promote the sixth action required to be done is promoting evidence-based policy-making process. Policies will be efficient and well-targeted if they are designed and made based on proper data and analysis. Thus, evidence-based policy-making process is important for the government on LDC graduation and beyond to evaluate preparation for LDC graduation and monitor implementation of SDGs and local development agenda. The last action required is, if possible, establish a national committee for LDC graduation with two main responsibilities. First, to prepare for a smooth graduation. Second, to identify and exploit international support measures such as financial and trade facilities. I conclude my intervention and I thank you for your attention.
I thank Mr. Lopez for your important statement, especially very useful recommendations and insights. Thank you very much, sir. Secretariat, is Ms. Simons connected with us now from Tuvalu?
She is connected, yes.
She is connected? Okay.
But she seems to have a bit of connection issues, so let's see if it works now.
Okay. Ms. Moira Simons, Deputy Secretary, Minister of Finance, Tuvalu, Madam, can you hear us? Would you like to take the floor now? She may still be facing some technical glitches. Next, okay, all right. Ms. Simons, we are sorry that you could not be connected. Thank you very much. I hope there will be an opportunity to interact with you in the future. Distinguished delegates, excellencies, that was the last speaker on the panel, and now it's time to move on to the interactive discussions part. And I would request everyone who wishes to take the floor to raise the flag or to inform the Secretariat, and those who are joining us virtually, you may indicate your interest in the chat box or click the raise hand button. Some delegations in the room have already expressed their interest to speak, and I would like to start with the list of speakers that I have with me already. And I would like to start first with the representative of Malawi. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, co-chairs, for giving me the floor. On behalf of the Malawi delegation, I would like to thank the co-chairs of this session and of the LDC5 Preparatory Committee and the process. It is undeniable that Bangladesh and Canada have done an excellent and diligent work so far. And I do concur on the need to conclude the text for Doha 22 by the end of this year, that's December. I would like also to thank Ambassador Al Thani and the State of Qatar for their firm commitment to have a successful LDC5 conference and for their continued generous support. I further reiterate my thanks to OHRLS and the UN system for your support and the behind-the-scenes efforts in keeping the process ongoing and vibrant. I therefore look forward to everyone's continued engagement so that we will have a well-attended and productive conference in Doha in January 2022. Thank you very much for giving the floor.
I thank the distinguished representative of Malawi, and I thank him for the kind words directed to the chair and others on the podium. And we greatly appreciate Malawi's leadership of the LDC group, and Ambassador Ligoya and his team is doing an excellent job in New York in leading us. Thank you, sir. I would like to now give the floor to the representative of Bhutan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador. I hope I'm audible. Thank you, Ambassador. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, dear colleagues, building economic resilience, it's one of the three key area of focus that the Royal Government of Bhutan it's pursuing to build in its recovery efforts and then building forward better. And then therein comes the key role, the reinvigorated approach through innovative financing means comes into. Apart from ODA, focus on FDI, remittances, tax reforms, and undertakings, necessary undertakings for fiscal and monetary reforms to expand the domestic resource base, and also taking advantage of innovative financing methods like the one we have, Bhutan for Life, which guarantees sustainable financing of our environmental conservation efforts now as we gear up more towards building resilience and adaptive capacity from the looming threat of climate change, and also experimenting methods like the issuance of sovereign bonds, as the Executive Secretary of ESCAP has earlier pointed. ESCAP's technical assistance was critical, integral to the huge success we had, which has a lot of lessons and then just expands a bigger horizon of more opportunities under such areas. As this is also the last interactive session and wraps up the series of thematic discussions we had, Ambassador, let me also take this opportunity to make some general points here. As Co-Chair Ambassador yourselves have mentioned in your opening, lessons learned from the national responses to COVID pandemic in a way provides key insights and lessons going forward. That said, Ambassador Rava Fatima and Ambassador Bob Ray of Canada, also the co-chairs of the LDC5 PrepCom Bureau under your able leadership, the LDC-5 outcome document, intergovernmental process in New York is being steered so well. Also from Bhutan, we also acknowledge the key role played by USG of OHRLS as the Secretary General of the LDC-5 process, and of course the host government, Qatar, which Bhutan looks forward. Lessons from the national responses to COVID pandemic has insights into what needs to be driving force to make LDC-5 outcome document a roadmap for LDCs and recently graduated LDCs to realize the 2030 Agenda for SDGs and the Paris Agreement, among others. The resounding lessons thus far from our national perspective has been of interdependence. What we only get, that we only can get through such a crisis together through greater solidarity and more reinvigorated multilateralism. And the same is what would take for the international community to reach the furthest behind first and truly leave no one behind. More of this is required now, as we have heard time and now that this is not a usual time and doing less is not an option. National leadership and partnership are two fundamental elements upon which the hopes and dreams of our people, especially the younger generation, hinges upon. Explicit enough also of the mutual commitment, accountability, and aspirations of LDCs and partners alike. These two fundamentals underscore. For Bhutan, building on our initial success in handling the COVID pandemic, we need to double up our efforts in the three main areas, as I've highlighted before. Apart from the economic resilience building, the other two are improving the key social outcomes and managing the impact of climate change to make our graduation, which we look forward to in 2023, irreversible and truly a stepping stone to achieve the SDGs. Reflecting on the key elements and also the what informs the CDP's analysis of graduating LDCs, we are made to believe as being less vulnerable as supposed to, as we foresee. However, we have also seen how those economic indicators can change overnight and subject small vulnerable economies to vagaries of market fluctuations with huge impact on its trade and economic activities. The looming threat of climate change just fuels such anxieties. We have achieved, by and large, a good progress on key indicators like productive capacity index, including the fulfillment of economic and environmental vulnerability index in 2021 triennial review, which we didn't fulfill during both 2015 and 2018. Of course, the caveat being non-existence of the environmental aspect back then. However, to conclude, against the backdrop of all these challenges, particularly daunting tasks of recovery and the risks of losing the initial gains, the greatest source of inspiration is the enabling policy options afforded by our development philosophy of GNH, gross national happiness. For Bhutan, the primary goal of development has always been about attaining the fine balance between the material, the social, and environmental aspects, including building on the foundations laid for democracy and active citizenship in the earlier decades of our development planning. The GNH approach has always created an enabling environment for informed leadership and engaged citizenry. Building on our initial success in responding to the pandemic, lessons learned are utilized to build forward better. Such positive outcomes speaks to the value addition of homegrown approaches to fulfill development aspirations of LDC and their people. So going forward, what we clearly need is a holistic approach, as we have heard through series of thematic discussions, that goes beyond the market and income indicators alone. Investing in people, institutional building, environmental conservations, and principles like living in harmony with nature are what would truly sustain progress and take LDCs to a long-term sustainable development pathway. I thank you, Ambassador.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bhutan for your usual very good points. Thank you very much. And I have about 4 speakers already on my list, and we don't have much time. I would also like to give back the floor to the panelists and the key note presenters to give their final comments before we wrap up for this morning. So without further ado, I would request the next speakers to be brief in their interventions, as perhaps be specific. If you have specific questions for the presenters or panelists, please pose those. So with that, I would now like to give the floor to the representative of UN Women, to be followed by UNCTAD.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. My brief intervention is on ODA, and I want to make reference to the 2005 Paris Declaration on Aid Effectiveness and the reaffirmation that was made in Accra in 2008 at the high-level political forum on aid effectiveness, where DPs agreed to spend 0.7% of their gross national income as ODA to poorer nations to untie aid and also to make aid more predictable. If some DPs are still not meeting these commitments, there could be some underlying issues that must be looked into. I have one question and one plea, having said that. And my question, I'm inspired by the presentation from Nepal. At what point in time could graduating and or graduated LDCs start redefining their development agenda beyond aid? I'm looking at the Beyond Aid agenda, a development agenda that will hinge a lot more on industrialization and manufacturing. And my plea, I've listened to some of the ministers of finance for LDCs to institutionalize gender responsive budgeting. And this will ensure that resources are spent in a lot more effective and efficient manner, taking into account the needs of men and women and boys and girls. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your specific question and your plea. And I would like to second your plea too, and also to share that my government actually has gender responsive budgeting. Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor now to the distinguished representative of UNCTAD. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So all protocols observed. In the interest of time, I'd like to concentrate on 2 points and coming back to all the very interesting presentations which have been made in this session and all the relevant points which have been raised. And these points are first the dimension of the financing gap of the SDGs in the case of LDCs. And the second issue is administrative and state capacities of LDCs. So concerning financing requirements, different exercises have been carried out in order to estimate the financing requirements for countries to meet the SDGs. Except that in most cases you get aggregate figures. So for this reason, the Least Developed Countries Report of this year, 2021, which will be launched in a couple of weeks, has undertaken the country-by-country estimate of the financing costs for LDCs to reach some selected LDC targets. And so it's the first time such an exercise is done specifically for LDCs. And it turns out that depending on the targets that are selected, the results are quite differing. So usually you have estimates for social spending, for poverty eradication, for growth. But it turns out that if you focus on the target of structural transformation, the financing requirements are much, much higher. And second, the issue is since you have these huge financing requirements, is how to finance them. And of course, you have both domestic sources and international sources. And lots has been said during this session, both about domestic resource mobilization, but also about external resources, whether it's ODA, whether it's foreign direct investment, whether it's blended finance. So I would say that there is a common overarching theme, both in the interventions which have been made, but also in our analysis, is that in order to leverage these different sources of financing for best use in terms of the development targets of LDCs, all of them require enhanced administrative capacity and superior state capacities on the part of LDCs. So while mention has been made in the case of domestic resource mobilization, so tax collection, fiscal spending, etc., the same is true for the capturing and management of external resources, whether it's managing relations with bilateral donors, multilateral institutions, private investors, blended operations. All of this required superior state capacities on the part of LDCs. So I think that a priority area of action for the new plan of action and for its implementation is supporting the building and strengthening of state capacities of LDCs, not just for raising financing, but for managing it according to national interests and according to national development plans. So I thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of UNCTAD. Those are indeed very important points. I now turn to the next speaker, representative of OHCHR, followed by ILO, and I will again appeal that kindly be brief because we don't have much time. I would like to give back the floor to the panelists.
Madam Chair, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, I would like to congratulate the participatory process in the discussions towards the conference in Doha and in the elaboration of the new program of action for LDCs. Active, free, and meaningful participation is crucial to ensure legitimacy, ownership, and engagement in the implementation of the new program of action. The innovations mentioned by the Director, Heidi Skodiros-Fox, ensuring participation of LTC delegations and also of the peoples and cultures from LDCs during the conference are very welcome. An ambitious plan of action should include an accountability and monitoring framework, relies on rights-based indicators, drawing upon key indicators for monitoring the human rights implications of COVID-19. Particularly relevant for this session, the accountability framework of the Doha Program of Action should monitor an ambitious development finance package for LDCs. This includes strong commitments on ODA, debt alleviation, curbing illicit financial flows, and lifting unilateral coercive measures that have negative impact to the enjoyment of the human rights for LDCs. Therefore, I would like to hear from the panelists. What specific recommendations would they make to an accountability and monitoring mechanism in the Doha Program of Action? In particular, in what regards monitoring deliverables from development partners in a development finance package for LDCs? Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of OHCHR for a very important statement, especially for highlighting the rights-based approach to development. Thank you, Madam. I now give the floor to the last request that we have and to the representative of ILO. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So it has been emphasized in this meeting that LDC need a renewed partnership to set actions to help creating productive capacity and also addressing the decent work gap at the same time. The new program of action can address these challenges and contribute to ensuring sustainable future of work in the LDCs. So the COVID-19 crisis has emphasizes the problem of jobs with the disruption of employment opportunities and labor income. So we know that as our SDG 8 underscores very well, there is a link between decent work for all and growth. And productive capacity need to increase both productivity and employment. Investment creation and new technologies, they have to generate productivity and incomes in a broad-based fashion, in not generating enclaves of productivity, so that can generate employment opportunities for all. So international support measures in the area trade and finance are necessary for the fiscal space of LDCs. At the same time, technical assistance and renewed policy framework should make progress enhancing skills, including digital skills, and closing the digital divide, promoting the formalization of enterprises and employment, expanding social protection, and promoting social dialogue and respecting fundamental principle right at work and eliminate child labor and discrimination in employment. So these are all complex tasks, but we believe that the adoption of the Doha program of action as the Istanbul program of action before could be exemplary moment of it when an international community, UN member states and UN entities commit in solidarity with the poorest and most vulnerable countries and their people. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of ILO for his statement. Are there any further requests, Secretariat, for the floor? We don't have. Okay. We roughly have about a little over 10 minutes to wrap up this session, and I would like to, without further ado, start with the panelists. And I'll go first, Courtney, with all the panelists, and then I'll come back to you and the Executive Secretary for the last words. So I will go in the same order that we had the presentations. I'll like to start with Mr. Madhukumar Marasini. Sir, are you still with us? Because there was a specific question asked, directed to you from UN Women. So I would like to request you to take the floor, perhaps for a few minutes, to give any final comments and to respond to the question that came from the floor. Mr. Marasini, if you're not here, I don't believe he's here with us. Amrit, would you like to, Ambassador Amrit Rai, would you like to respond very quickly on his behalf? Because there was a question directed to Nepal.
Thank you, Co-Chair. If I correctly remember, it was about the gender budgeting. Was it the question? If it was.
It was a plea, and there was, I think, one question. She did say that, specifically, I think there was something directed to Nepal. Madam, would you like to repeat that, in 30 seconds, perhaps?
Yes, thank you, Co-Chair. Not necessarily to Nepal, but in general, about
okay.
the
All
Beyond
right.
Aid agenda,
All right.
focusing
Okay.
more on industrialization and manufacturing.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you very much. Amrit, you have the floor, sir, if you'd like to say a few words, quickly.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I think the issue is how to sustain the economic growth, or how to sustain the development in LDCs without continuous foreign aid or ODA. We need to, I think, introspect ourselves how we can expand our revenue base in our country. That's one of the many ways how to sustain our development ourselves. But of course, there is a need of huge outside finance. That's why we've been pleading for increment of ODA and increment of FDI and increment of other kind of financing. That's why we are calling for the new source of financing and new ways of innovative financings. That's how we have been pleading for several years. But the question is, will that be sustainable? And how long the LDCs will go, the development partners, and calling for the more finances? Rather, let's do the different way. Then we need, of course, for some time, development partners. But let's do the different way. We need to focus on sustainable development and structural transformations. That's why we are calling the structural transformations. Let's transform the structure of our economy so that we sustain ourselves, after some time. That's what I think the industrialization and productive capacity enhancement and the structural transformations comes on. I think we all have to work together. Then we will sustain our development ourselves. That's what we aim for. And our of course, LDC 5 documents also aims to that direction. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Ray. I would like to now move on to the next panelist for any final comments or response from the floor. Mr. Subana Chumkam, I can see that you're still here with us. I see your name on the screen. Would you like?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very briefly, briefly, sir, if you can say something.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes.
I would like to add, and I would like to echo the comments from our neighboring country or Nepal and other country about the action and also the measures that the government needs to consider in order to transition to a more self-sustainable in the long run and the long run. And my additional comment would be, of course, the first thing needs to be the enhancement and improvement of revenue collection in order to cope with the gap, the financing gap, especially for the SDG and for social expenses and for meeting the development goal of the country. And while, of course, there need to be a transition period, we need to work together with our development partners, with IFIs, on how we can move toward this option, especially to enhance the domestic resource mobilization and also to improve revenue collection of the country while keeping the goals on track, especially the development goals related to the SDG and other developments. I would like to just give final comments related to this, Chair.
You would still like to add something more, or that was the end, Mr. Subanaj?
That was the end. That was the end. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your comments. And again, thank you very much for joining us today. Now I would like to turn to Mr. Lopez. Mr. Lopez, would you like to make some final remarks? Mr. Lopez, are you still with us? I saw your name on the screen still. We may have lost him. Then I would like to turn to the final sort of comments. And first of all, I'd like to give the floor to the Executive Secretary of ESCAP. Madam, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And just a few points that I would like to reiterate. Of course, the first one is the need of LDCs to regain the momentum in their SDG implementation. At the same time, also has to tackle climate change as well as recovering from the pandemic. So therefore, certainly this will need huge financing requirement in terms of domestic resource mobilization as well as external source of finance. So therefore, I would like just to reiterate the 3 points I made earlier. First is importance of fiscal revenue, how to boost fiscal revenue by way of including tax reform, tax modernization. Second is opportunities for financing instruments to support SDG implementation, such as green bonds, social bonds, and so on, that several speakers also mentioned this. And last is how to harness the potential of digital financing for financial inclusion. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, and again wish to thank ESCAP for the excellent support that you're providing to us throughout this process. I would now like to give the floor back to USG Rattray for his final comments. Courtney.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. As I'm the last speaker, I'm going to just take the liberty of speaking on behalf of everybody to just thank you for your able stewardship of this meeting. And I also want to thank the speakers that have spoken both from the floor and on the panel. On the panel with me is my colleague, Haiti Schroeder-Ross-Fox. I want to thank her for her presentation. Also, Ambassador Alia Al-Thani, who came to us remotely from the host country of Qatar. I want to thank her as well. And also the Executive Secretary of ESCAP. I think a lot has been said about the real critical headline issues, such as debt, COVID, digitization, the need for structural transformation, the need for resilience building. Those are the ones that are headline, meaning those are the ones that are up there in bright flashing lights. But I think the value of a reflection such as this, where we get an opportunity to look back at the outcome of the last program of action and to assess the extent to which it met our aspirations going in, I think this sort of reflection amongst ourselves, where we can hear directly from countries, is so critically important to those of us in the international development community. And it's also important for you as member states to hear the experiences of your peers as well. So I just wanted to highlight some of the more, not the more, the finer points that you put on some of these pressing issues. First, I heard a focus on the need for, well, we need to tackle institutional capacity constraints. And that point was made by Mr. Lopez, the governor of the bank, the Central Bank of Timor-Leste. And what does he mean when he says, you know, institutional capacity constraints need to be addressed? Well, you heard it from the financial secretary of Nepal when he was talking about the fact that there was a institutional capacity gap when it comes to developing and utilizing innovative financial instruments such as thematic bonds, thematic sovereign bonds that would be issued on the domestic market. That's a capacity constraint. And that's something that I think that the international community can do in terms of helping countries to structure those instruments and providing them with the assistance on how to actually get those instruments issued. I think maybe we also heard about the need for more fiscal space for human capital development. You know, we spend so much time talking about fiscal space, a lot of which is related to the debt situation and the fact that we need fiscal space for investment. And so much of the investment discussion is focused on investment in hard infrastructure. But there's also investment that is needed in intangible assets. And that's what human capital is. It doesn't make sense that you put in an infrastructure such as a 5G broadband internet network, and then you don't have the human infrastructure to take full advantage of that digital transformation. So I think that is a very important point. Thirdly, we heard about the need to promote e-government because there are a lot of distortions in public service delivery. So not only do we lack fiscal space, but the limited amount of public resources that governments have are not being utilized effectively. And that is what I think was the point when we heard, I think from Mr. Lopez again, that we need to promote the concept of e-government. Governments need to be operating much more efficiently than they do with the very, very limited resources that they have. There was also a point made about the need for evidence-based policymaking, and this point related to the lack of sufficient disaggregated data. And so, you know, I think it's a very important job that many of us as public officials have, you know, to design policies that are appropriate to the needs that we are trying to address. But if you don't have the data to back up those policies, then you're going down pursuing the wrong course of action, and the consequences are going to be seen later on down the road. I think with respect to the process that Ambassador Fatima is engaged in as the co-chair, along with the Ambassador of Canada, Bob Ray, the co-chair of the negotiations of the draft outcome document, I think that's a very important process. I think what we've been hearing today is going to obviously feed into that process. But here, let me just say something. When you look at that final document, and we expect that the negotiations will be concluded by latest the middle of December, we don't want to go to Doha with an open document. The Doha conference is not about negotiating the outcome document. We need to get this document agreed, and all the G77 countries are united on it, but we're negotiating, you know, the document together with our development partners. That needs to be agreed. But at some point, when you do see the final product, remember this is a document that would have come through the meat grinder, so to speak. the meat grinder of the multilateral normative process. And I think all of you know how that process can be very laborious. So what we need to do quickly, and this is a discussion that I've had with Sarah Seconds, who is the RC of the UNRC in Laos, PDR, who is here with us, and she and I was talking this morning. At some point, we're going to need to take that outcome document and operationalize it. So all the things that we're speaking about in this room today, we can put it into programmatic terms. You know, the language of that is not fit to be utilized in a very structured, programmatic way. And so I think we on the UN side, and you also as governments, need to look through that document and see how it can be operationalized in a very practical way so that you get the concrete outcomes that you seek to have from this next 10-year program. So a lot of what you need is something that we can help you with. You heard from my colleague from UNCTAD that administrative and state capacities in LDCs need to be strengthened. And that's the sort of support that we on this side of the table can provide in terms of giving you the support needed to, I'm going to paraphrase him now, I hope I'm not misquoting him, for us to give you the support that you need to create, I think he said, superior state capacities. He says that is what is going to be needed in order to, the example he was using is to capture external resources and to have the ability to properly manage, not just raise those resources, but to manage those resources as well. And I think that's what he was alluding to. And I think we on this side of the table are best placed to help the LDCs to undertake the structural transformations that are needed and to make better use of the scarce public investment capital that is out there to support developing countries. So with those final reflections, Madam Chair, I'll hand it back over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, USG Rattray, for your excellent summing up of the key takeaways and also for explaining so well the work to be done to finalize the outcome document. We have had a good start on the outcome document, and I'm hopeful that in the coming months we'll be able to have a truly transformative document to adopt in Doha. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, I think we have come to the end of this session, and I thank you all for ensuring a very productive and enriching session. And I wish to also add very briefly my voice to USG Rattray to thank the keynote speakers and all our panelists for a very rich, substantive, and powerful presentations. I also thank the participants who have contributed from the floor, both here as well as virtually. And these will certainly feed into our substantive preparations for LDC 5. There are very, very important takeaways, and I will not even attempt to sum them up. I think USG Rattray did an excellent job of doing that, but the Secretariat will be preparing a formal summary of the discussions, and that will be shared in due course. I wish to thank the distinguished members of the Bureau who have traveled from far with us. We have all traveled together from New York, and it's excellent to have you all here. Your support is crucial and in making our process a success. Indeed, I think we are very privileged to have a very good team in New York working on this. I also finally wish to thank profoundly USG Rattray and his team for the excellent arrangements made that has ensured a very productive session. I mean, it actually went beyond our expectations. The number of speakers, panelists, the rich discussions that we have had here was much beyond our expectation. And I believe all of you will agree with me when we say that we can go away from here saying that the mission was accomplished. We had a very successful APG review meeting. Finally, Thank you very much. I wish you, before I actually bang the gavel to close the meeting, we have the minister coming here to adopt the outcome. I would like to give the floor to the Secretariat if there are any housekeeping announcements to be made.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, as you have rightly mentioned that we will begin our session right away after this session. I believe honorable ministers are here, so we'll take just 2-3 minutes break to prepare the podium, and then we will begin our next session for the adoption of the political declaration. Thank you, Madam.
I thank you, Alim. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, I thank you all once again for joining us this morning and for your important contribution. Those of you who are traveling back home, I am also traveling back home tomorrow. I wish you all a safe travel back home. Stay well and stay safe. Thank you once again. Kote, Hedi, thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned. Yes, we'll be convening in a few minutes. I think the minister is here. They'll just be preparing the podium. Thank you very much.
So we're going to start, sir. Thank you, sir. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Tabarakallah biyadihil mulk wa huwa ala kulli shay'in qadir. His Excellency Mr. Eisenhower M. Kaka, Foreign Minister of Malawi, Mr. Courtney Rattray, Under Secretary General and High Representative, and Secretary General of the 5th United Nations Conference on LDCs, Ms. Armida Salcia Alice Savannah, Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the first agenda of this session, as you are aware, is the adoption of the draft political declaration by the Asia Pacific, LDCs, and Yemen. This document has been distributed in English by the delegation of Bangladesh in New York through your concerned missions. I believe all of you have seen the text and kindly endorsed it. With this understanding, I would now like to place this draft political declaration before you for your kind approval. If there is no objection, the draft ministerial declaration can be considered as adopted. Excellencies, if there is any delegate who wishes to take the floor at this stage, is anybody there? It seems there is none. Now, I have the honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Eisenhower M. Kaka, Foreign Minister of Malawi and the Chair of the Global Coordination Bureau of LDCs, to deliver his closing remarks. So, floor is on to you, sir.
Your Excellency, the Finance Minister, on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Abdul Momen, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh, Your Excellency Ms. Amira Sasha As-Jabana, Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Your Excellency Mr. Courtney Rattray, Under Secretary General and High Representative of LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. I would like to begin by congratulating Bangladesh and the Asia Pacific LDCs on the successful conclusion of this regional review meeting. I would like to thank the Swiss government for their gracious hospitality. This week has brought great insights in terms of the key tasks and priorities for the LDCs of this region. It has been a pleasure to listen, exchange views, and learn from the experts and from the experiences of each one of you. I would also like to thank USG Rattray and his team at OHRLLS and the United Nations Office, Geneva UNOG Secretariat, for their efforts and support that have also contributed to the success of this meeting. Excellencies, dear colleagues, the conclusion of this meeting today means we have completed two crucial stages in the LDC 5 process: national and regional inputs. The work, however, is far from being done. What remains now is for us to return our focus to the Doha outcome document and translate the outcomes of these two stages, as well as the preparatory committees and partner consultations, into a text that gives the LDC 5 the best fighting chance, or rather LDC is the best fighting chance for sustainable development and the 2030 agenda. This week, we have heard from member states, the UN development system, private sector, CSOs, NGOs, and academia, among others. This diverse multi-stakeholder discussion is what we aim to be the hallmark of the LDC5 process. That through inclusivity, we will come out with a document that is owned and is propelled forward through implementation by all stakeholders. Excellencies, dear colleagues, as you all may be aware, the draft program of action has 6 key focus areas of action as follows. 1, investing in people in LDCs, eradicating poverty and building capacity to leave no one behind. 2, leveraging the power of science, technology, and innovation to fight against multidimensional vulnerabilities and to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. 3, structural transformation as a driver of prosperity. 4, enhancing international trade of least developed countries and regional integration. 5, addressing climate change, recovering from COVID-19 pandemic, and building resilience against future shocks. And 6, mobilizing international solidarity, reinvigorated global partnerships, and the innovative tools for risk-informed sustainable development, a march towards sustainable graduation. The discussion this week provides rich insight that will strengthen these action areas and advance the LDC's agenda. Excellencies, colleagues, as we continue to drive this process forward, my delegation would like to thank the permanent representatives of Bangladesh and Canada, Ambassador Rabab Fatima and Ambassador Bob Ray, respectively, in their roles as co-chairs of the LDC5 process for their diligent and efficient work so far. We assure you of our support and we look forward to working with you, all partners and stakeholders, for the successful conclusion of this process. In that respect, we are aiming to conclude negotiations by the end of the year, and I look forward to seeing you all in Doha, Qatar, in January next year. I would urge all countries to be represented at the heads of states or governments level in the LDC5 and all agencies at the principals level. I wish you all safe travel for those who are doing so, and good health to everyone. Stay safe, and I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank you, Honourable Minister, for your inspiring speech. And hopefully everybody, you will find all of them safe and sound position in Doha, Qatar, next, as you have indicated. Now, I have the honor to invite Mr. Courtney Rattray, Under Secretary General and High Representative for LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS, and Secretary General of the 5th United Nations Conference on LDCs, to deliver his closing remarks. Thank you, sir.
His Excellency Mr. Mustafa Kamal, Minister of Finance of Bangladesh, His Excellency Mr. Eisenhower Mkaka, Foreign Minister of Malawi, Ms. Armida Salcia Alice Jabano, Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I thank the government of Bangladesh for organizing this meeting as a crucial part of the preparatory process in the lead up to the 5th UN Conference on Least Developed Countries. I also convey my deep appreciation to the delegations from the LDCs for sharing lessons learned during the implementation of the Istanbul Programme of Action and for their ideas and insights, which constitute an important input for the next Programme of Action. The perspectives of the LDCs from Asia, the Pacific, and Yemen, together with their challenges and successes, represent an invaluable wealth of knowledge. They will certainly inform our deliberations towards a stronger and impactful new partnership that will improve the lives of the more than 1 billion people living in LDCs. I also thank development partners, multilateral organizations, and the broader UN family for their participation and important work in support of the least developed countries. We count on your continued support during this process and look forward to seeing you in Doha at the 5th UN Conference on the LDCs. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, we have had an energizing debate-filled week in which we engaged in discussions across a range of thematic areas. Our deliberations addressed the full spectrum of issues that are critical for the effective support of LDCs in their efforts to eradicate poverty and meet their sustainable development goals over this crucial decade of action. Our discussions this week are an important reminder of the integrated nature of sustainable development and also identify the opportunities that lie ahead. Sustainable development is inherently multidimensional, and the new program of action should reflect its interconnections. Policy coherence between the economic, social, and environmental dimensions by LDCs and their development partners, multilateral institutions, and international financial organizations will be key. The importance of focusing on the most vulnerable, including women, children, people with disabilities, and marginalized communities, suggest the need for us to forge strong partnerships between governments, grassroots communities, civil society, the private sector, academia, and other stakeholders. It is encouraging to see the progress that has been made by LDCs in Asia and the Pacific towards meeting the criteria for graduation from the category. The use of LDC-specific trade preferences constitutes an important instrument to support the structural transformation of the economies of LDCs. Leveraging trade as an instrument for inclusive development and socioeconomic development requires additional technical and financial support, particularly in light of the disruption of global value chains caused by the measures taken to contain the spread of COVID-19 and the associated disruptions in trade and supply chains. It has been recognized by several discussants that the expected loss of LDC-specific support measures after graduation will pose some challenges for their continued progress towards enhancing structural transformation and achieving the SDGs. The LDC 5 conference provides a timely opportunity to introduce new and improved concrete international support measures that target the needs of graduating LDCs, in particular in the areas of trade, intellectual property rights, and financing for development. We need to ensure that the development trajectory of graduating LDCs will not be disrupted and that the challenges and uncertainties experienced by graduating LDCs in achieving the 2030 Agenda are effectively addressed to ensure graduation with momentum. It has become abundantly clear that without accelerated progress among the LDCs, the promise that the international community made in 2015 of leaving no one behind will be unattainable. But it is also clear that an ambitious program of action for the next 10 years can be a source of opportunity to unleash the people, institutions, and businesses, unleash their potential of the least developed countries. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. I thank the Under Secretary General and High Representative for his remarks, full of thoughts and wisdom. Excellencies, now I would like to have the honor to invite Ms. Armida Salcia Alice Sahavana, Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to deliver her closing remarks. I think she is not here, but maybe she will be joining us virtual. So if you...
Yes, thank you very much. Excellency Minister Mustafa Kamal, Minister of Finance, Bangladesh. Excellency Minister Eisenhower Kaka, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Malawi. Excellencies, Mr. Courtney Ratray, USG of OHRLS, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank all the participants, high-level speakers, expert presenters, and moderators of the sessions. ESCAP is pleased to have co-organized this meeting with the government of Bangladesh and OHRLS. After 4 days of listening to your valuable insights and policy directions, I'm optimistic on the way forward for the next program of action for the least developed countries. I recognize the important voices and contributions of the Asia-Pacific LDCs at this high-level Asia-Pacific Regional Review meeting. A sustainable recovery from COVID-19 pandemic requires regional partnership, and with global solidarity, LDCs can meet the ambitions of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Please allow me to highlight a few key takeaway messages from the Asia-Pacific Review meeting. The first one is, let us focus on strengthening resilience. To overcome vulnerabilities, our commitment must focus on supporting LDCs to address growing challenges of climate change and disaster. Second, we must maintain sustainability. While kickstarting an economic recovery is an urgent task, the priority is to ensure that it is inclusive, including through providing equitable access to vaccine, to promote social, human development, and good governance. Preparation for graduation, therefore, must acquire a much more holistic focus on sustainability. Third, let us build productive capacities and promoting structural economic transformation for LDCs. Our policy actions must strengthen trade capacity and science technology innovation capacity, as well as raise investment in resilient infrastructure, especially ITC and transport infrastructure. Fourth, we must leverage development financing. There is a clear need for domestic resource mobilization, while emphasizing sustained support from our development partners for leveraging new and innovative financing instruments such as SDG bonds. It is heartening to note that our discussion over the past 4 days will feed into the preparation for LDC 5, including the negotiation of the draft of the next program of action. As recognized by member states, we are committed to working with LDCs and development partners to enhance regional integration and cooperation, including South-South cooperation for the implementation of the new program of action. As an active member of the Interagency Task Force on LDC graduation, we have been supporting graduating LDCs in the region and will continue to do so. Allow me to recognize the commitment and leadership of our chair in steering the review to its successful conclusion. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincerest thanks and appreciation to every member states and participants in the Asia-Pacific Regional Review. We wish all international participants who attended in person in Geneva a safe journey back to your home country. I look forward to seeing all in Doha, Qatar in January 2022. Thank you very much.
I thank the Under Secretary General and the Executive Secretary for our wonderful deliberation. Excellencies, we have by now heard the last speaker on our list. Now you kindly allow me to make a few brief observations from myself. Ladies and gentlemen, it is really wonderful for me to be here with all of you, the iconic personalities. We are here for a cause. Cause is for the humanity. We have gathered here. We are working for this cause. Again, I'm saying, and also the cause is to review our progress in getting rid of the LDC status. We all know the LDC is synonymous to poor, poverty, and disgrace. It is obviously very painful to be a citizen of a poor country, or let us say LDCs. Excellencies, we are all aware of the fact that being born as a poor is not a crime, but to live and die as a poor is a curse, undoubtedly. So it is LDC's responsibility to try their best to get rid of poverty. One thing it is clear, if we look into the economic history of the world, what you find, in 1802, we had population of 1 billion in the world. Out of that 1 billion, 85% people at that time was hungry, poor. They had no enough food. Even they are going every night to bed without any food. Only 15% had food at that time. Now, in 1802, we had first 1 billion. In 1930, we had second billion, 2 billion by that time. Then in 1960, we had 3 billion people. Between 1960 to 1999, population was doubled. It was 6 billion. So, from 1999 to 2011, we had again another billion, 7 billion in 2011. Now the population size of this globe is, as you are aware, 7.9 billion population. But what I was trying to tell you, that population is growing, but poverty level is not increasing. Poverty level, when it was 1 billion, 200 years back, only 15% had food, 85% was poor. Now, population is 7.9 billion, only 10% is extremely poor. They have no food and they are going to bed without eating. So you see, population growth is there. Side by side, economic development also is taking place that way. You understand, and definitely you will be in agreement with me, that before the first industrial revolution in 1769, when James Scott of Scotland invented the steam engine, and when production method transformed from manual to mechanical, then economic growth we could see here and there. And thereafter also, for a long time, the growth was almost flat. But again, tremendous development took place in 100 years' time. So we had first industrial revolution in 1769, and then the second revolution we have seen in America in 1860s. And by the end of that century, because of that second industrial revolution, America became number 1 in the world. And thereafter, they consolidated their position by the end of this century because of the invention of, again, computer and information and communication technology materials. So this is the way things are moving, and things are moving forward, taking shape. Now, what you will have to do, what you can do, actually it is, I'm saying, in every man's life, there is an opportunity. If you look into the economic history again, you'll be seeing that in every man's life there is an opportunity. It comes. If you can encash it, in that case, you are a winner. Likewise, not only in man's life, or not only in individual's life, opportunities are also there in case of nations. So when opportunities comes, in that case, you'll have to encash those opportunities. You see, I think much of us, we don't know one thing. Even Argentina was #1 country in the world at one point of time. Argentina. Now, 1,000 years back, China was #1 in terms of economic growth and development. Kaiping City now, it was the center of the world economic trade and economic center. As a trade and economic center, it was identified everywhere. So, from China, the economy passed on to the growth, development passed on to the America, as I have said, in 1860, and from 1860 and 1899. Again, during that time, they became #1, and still they're #1. But once, when the East India Company was formed in 1601, during that time, India was #1 in the whole world. They are occupying 33% of the world growth, world economic growth, when England was occupying only 10% of the world economy. So this is the way things are changing. Things will change. It will keep on changing. You see, please don't mind, I'm giving a reference to my own country. As you are aware, we got independence in 1971. 1971, when we got independence, and it was after 9 months war. Because of the war, it was a war-based country immediately after the war when we got independence. We had no infrastructure, no roads, no railways, no schools, nothing. No medical services was delivered. So after a few months, after some time, two economists, one is Mr. Farland from Scandinavian country, and the other one is Mr. Parkinson from England. Both of them, they prepared a study. They prepared a study on Bangladesh. They completed the study, and according to their study, they mentioned something very critical. They said, there is a country in the world by the name Bangladesh. This country also now is dreaming one day they will become developed. But this country leaves no opportunity for anybody and no inspiration, no dream is living to anybody. So in that case, if Bangladesh can develop in the world economic map, in that case, for the rest of the world, they don't need to do anything. Automatically, they will be the winner, and they will be the rich countries. So you see, we have proved them wrong. Bangladesh, what you have done? Because Bangladesh's story is little different. We have a message from the father of the nation, founding father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. She said very clearly, you don't belong to the poorer class and don't belong to the LDCs. You work hard, try your best. First to the belief that you can make it. And I'm telling you, if you try, in that case, you will never fail. You will be successful. And this is because of that, because of his wisdom, because of his thought-provoking message to the citizens of Bangladesh. Bangladesh citizens are working hard. And as you are aware, when we got our independence, we were nowhere. Our name was not in the map. Now we are the 41st country in the world. 41st country, in no time we are in the map now. Now, in the last 10 years, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who is the legacy of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, we are having tremendous amount of economic progress and growth in our economic areas. It will be very difficult for you to appreciate this not for you, I means not that you are in this room, and outsiders. During the last 10 years, in the economic growth, we have achieved 188%. And we have exceeded everybody. Even China, they were 177%. And during the last 5 years, immediately prior to the COVID time, we have achieved 45% growth. And we are at par, just at par with that of China and India. So this is the growth story of Bangladesh. I strongly believe that people are very important. In our country, we don't have enough raw materials, enough resources here and there. But we have one thing. Our median age of the population is very low. It's 25. And this demographic dividend we are achieving it, and people are working hard. They are following the guideline, what they have received from the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. So this is the reason we are moving forward. We are moving forward as we are looking forward. Our foreign exchange reserve is now. We can meet almost 10 months import requirement. It is one of the highest. And in every macroeconomic fundamentals, we are doing just good. We're definitely doing better. So we believe that if any country, if they wish, they can follow Bangladesh. How Bangladesh could do it? It is a history. It is a story to be believed, story to be told, and it is a beautiful place, Bangladesh. So what we were 50 years back, now it is 50 years our independence. So since then, we have never sat tight. We are working hard. Every citizen is trying to contribute in his or in her own way, and everybody is working there. And during this time, our government has put some emphasis in one area. 50 years back, our women empowerment was not there. Our women, it is almost 50% of our population, but they are not working. They are always inside the houses. But now, they are working everywhere. In armies, in police, in naval forces. Again, they're the captains of the airplanes, the Dhaka, London route. The captain she is a lady. So this is the way we have looked forward. The same way we have achieved the results. So I think this is one area you can concentrate on the women's empowerment and enhancement of their productivity, and the young population should be employed. And you should follow not contractionary monetary policy, but it should be expansionary monetary policy, so long you are in LDCs. So this will leave enough money at the disposal of the people. So consumers will be there, buyers will be there. So this is because of this multiplier effect of the money will be there, and you can get benefits the way we got the benefits in Bangladesh. So I will not linger my speech because it is lunchtime, I know that. But again, I'm thanking you, sir. You are trying your best. But I'll take 1 or 2 minutes. I have some advices, honorary advice, if you don't mind. I'm telling everything from my experience, what we have achieved in Bangladesh. So I'm telling you this because I can't make any research, and I don't have any research paper with me. So you see, first of all, for LDCs, who are the stakeholders? First of all, first stakeholder is United Nations. United Nations, they are the institution for the mankind of this world. So it is their responsibility to pursue and to be they should work with each and every country in close coordination so that they can guide them, they can advise them, and they can support them in their way so that they can move forward. So this is my first request for the United Nations, that never give up. Each and every country. You have said, you use in your SDG, the tagline is, none is leaving behind. So we also strongly believe that if we don't leave anybody behind, in that case, if we are together, in that case, it is always better. So how to take everybody together? So that is the way you'll have to also tell the respective LDC country. And my second request to the developed economic world. The developed nations, they have a responsibility from the point of view of humanity that they should keep on supporting the LDCs until unless they come out of the LDCs threshold. So they should support them. And the respective LDC country also, they have a responsibility, a bigger responsibility. They should not give up. They should not quit. They should pursue their belief that one day they can make it. So if they are stronger, if their feeling is strong enough, in that case, I'm sure they can definitely make it. So with these few advices, and not advices, I mean, it is my, you see, I know to become a poor, how terrible it is. I'm a living story. My case is like this. While I was born in a village, in a rural village. It had no electricity, no water, nothing like that. So while I was going to school, I was the first. We are two brothers. We were the first persons to go to the school. I have started from my village as the first student. See, and when I started going to school, I had no money to meet my education expenses. So my community people, they supported me. They supported me for my education expenses. So even this is the way I finished my education. So I know a lot of countries like Bangladesh, they're also facing the same problem. But again, I'm saying opportunities really comes into the life of human being. So it is your persuasion and it is your belief that you will bring it. You can definitely bring a turnaround. So with these few words, sir, thank you very much. I'm sorry it took a little longer time, but you are doing it for 4 days. So I'm only just now. So that is why I think it compensated. I have no doubt about that. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I will see you in Bangladesh, both of you. If you don't come to Bangladesh, in that case, we will use United Nations to get you in Bangladesh. Thank you, sir.
Meeting is adjourned.
So meeting, write yourself. So meeting is, what we should do? Closed or we keep it for Doha? No, adjourned cannot be an adjourned. If adjourned, in that case, somebody will come after 1 hour to adjourn the meeting. So meeting is for the timing, until the next in Doha meeting, our meeting is ended. Okay, it ends here. Thank you, sir.
No gavel then.
No. Okay. As my friend is telling me. Okay. Thank you, sir.